Okay, here I am. It's me, the Norwegian artist, Knut Andre Vikshåland. I just finished this portrait over here. I'm going to show you to it. I'm going to show you it to you. I worked from this photograph. It was a commission work, and I kind of got into some trouble because there's not so much color here, and it was kind of yellow and stuff, but I think I managed to solve it quite well. There's a small differences in the drawing, also because I made the head a tiny bit larger than in the photo, so I had to do some compromises with the space and stuff. But that's what happens because I don't use any tracing or any other help than my eyes. So that's why I never really are able to make a photorealistic thing. And also, if you can see my textures, it's not even the goal with my painting. The goal with my painting is to create paintings, and if I use a photo, a still life or model or whatever, it's always the painting that is in focus. Sadly, I don't have the whole process here. It's just from the finished sketch to the finished product, but it's a long video and I go quite deep into skin tone and how I build it. So I hope you learned something from it, and I do hope that you give it a big thumbs up, that you leave a big comment, that you tell me what you think, and so I can engage and help me get into the algorithm. Also, if you are on my channel, usually just put it on, let it roll. You don't need to see the whole thing at once, just let it roll, so you help me get up my view time and stuff like that to get into the algorithm, because it's been very hard to get this new channel into the algorithm. My other channel was hacked in 2020, and then of course I went to the cuckoo farm for, not cuckoo farm, but a little trip to jail for a year. You find a link to my jail video on YouTube. And so yeah, but now I'm back and I'm doing my work, and yeah. So help my channel grow, and if you want to support me, you can go to my Patreon, or you can buy me a coffee. You find links in the description. If you sign up on Patreon, I will do everything in my power to help you how to teach you how to paint. This is my studio, by the way. I'm cleaning up in some of my stores. It's just a mess. I need to start throwing away stuff. So, as I say, go check out my Patreon, sign up, and I will teach you. You also find links to all my other channels in description. Also social media, Facebook, Twitter, or X as it's called now. And also my webpage, where you can see more uncensored photo work and paintings and stuff like that. So go check it out, and I hope to see you in the next video, and enjoy the ride. And yeah, as I said, hope. Okay, here we have it, painting. A portrait I have been working on for a while. I had to stop for a while because I had a lot of other stuff to do. And in the meantime, sadly, I lost all the sketching and all the footage up to this point. But I'm gonna make a video about skin tones and creating a portrait, and show you how I work with all these things in the background and everything. Trying to keep this on topic, only about painting. And yeah, there is a lot of details left. There's a lot of stuff to do, a lot of enhancements and a lot of things, so it might be interesting for you. This is the photo, actually this one, and you can actually see, well, it already looks like her. But the thing I will build is a lot of things in the background and also a very natural feel to it. So it will be a challenge and it will be a more focused lesson. So I hope that you will enjoy, and okay, I will start with a glaze, first with a retouche Varnish and then a glaze, and then I'll keep on going. Okie dokie, until next time. Okay, here we are. I'm going to put on this Retouching Varnish from Old Holland, and I do that, as I've been saying in every video, to get into contact with the depth and see that I see more details and stuff like that. And then I will go over it with a glaze, and then I will start painting. I will be a little bit careful with the glazing. Maybe I will do the whole thing and then scrape it down, and then I will keep painting on it. I will also, of course, start with the face, which I usually do. So, and I put the Retouching Varnish on, so you kind of mix this with a glaze and makes the surface a little bit sticky. If I only put on the Retouching Varnish, or, well, it's okay if I put on the Retouching Varnish, I don't need to glaze. But if I glaze without it, I notice that the medium that I use in the glaze makes it a little bit slippery, a little bit oily. And with this Retouching Varnish, you get this harpic thing into it, and it kind of makes it stick better. So, anyway, I have to wait a few minutes, for like 10-15 minutes, before I put on the glaze. Now you can see it got more, way more depth and richness. And yeah, so now I'm gonna just wait a few minutes. Okay, here we are. I am going to put on a glaze, and now it's dried a little bit, so I use my French ultramarine and my kraplac, or as they call it, alcerine, and I just cover it like this, get some textures out. Here, around like this. It's very important. Now, I don't need to do the whole thing. I think I'm just gonna touch it up like this a little bit, because right now I'm gonna concentrate around here for a while, and it's more important that I glaze here and around the whole thing. As you can see, this glaze is not that I put too much color into it. I do that on purpose because I don't want it to get too saturated. You see, I'm just scraping here, and then I will start. I need to do this very slowly because it's such a subtle process, and it's almost like make me kind of nervous in a way. What I do now is that I take this, I have this extra thing here, so I'm gonna hang this just beside her. And that is the way I choose to do it. Some people are using the they are using projectors and stuff like that, but I, as I said many times before in my videos, I will consider that to be cheating. I like it to be difficult. I like that challenge. It means a lot to me that I know that I have done it on freehand, and that even of course the result would have been visually more impressive if I used a projector, because it would look way more photographic. But personally, I would know that it was kind of cheating, because the most difficult thing I can think of is actually getting the drawing right. And I will say that until the day I drop. Now I can't find my thing. Thing I use. Yeah. Damn, where did I put that one? Okay, I'll just do without it, or I have to restart the whole video. Because when I'm going to start looking for things, it's going to take a while to find it. Anyway, so where to start? That's the question. I will just... Can I get closer now? Like this, so I can actually see better what I'm doing. Adjust it a little bit more. Maybe it was a little bit dark. Yeah. Okay. I'll just restart and then start again, because I want it to be a little bit brighter. Okay. Okay, there we are. I also changed the hue, because the saturation I had on the wrong thing. I had it into too much of a yellowish. So we'll start to, maybe I'll try this one. I'm just gonna Oh, no, I've got to clean them. That is so important and so boring, because now I have ruined all my small pencils. And these pencils are actually quite expensive, so annoying if you don't remember to clean them, or you miss some. I have to be more focused when it comes down to that, because see, now I'm going to start with the eye here and just touch this, like this. She has very green eyes, very sweet girl, and I have to start somewhere, and also a long time since I painted on this painting, so it's really difficult for me to find it again. And that is why I will take it very slowly and build slow. I just posted a video on my YouTube channel about slow dopamine, and that's the thing about painting, and that's the thing I love about painting. The slow dopamine, the slow process. Where I get into a deep flow. You know, that communication. Now, there is a lot of red in this painting, or in this photo, but also a lot of blue. So I have to be very careful going forward. It was quite nice. You know, other people would have been impressed by it. Personally, I need more. I need things to just be the person totally. Just this thing about her nose. There's such small things that will make the difference, because it is quite easy, not easy, but well, it depends what level you're on, but it is quite easy to get things to kind of look like the person, that people in general can recognize that it is the person you actually have been painting. But as an artist, as a person who see beyond that, it can never be enough. I can never be content with that, because I know there's so many more levels I can cross. If you look at the classics, you look at Rembrandt and you look at Vermeer, you know what kind of level a painting can actually come to. And there just is no way to accept anything less. It was funny, I added some guy who added me on Facebook, and I talked to him a little, and then he said, oh, he didn't actually, in a way, he said he couldn't learn anything from my paintings because I was too clear. Well, first of all, my paintings might look clear from a distance, but if you get into them, you see all the brushwork. That is one thing. So, and in the bigger ones, it's really clear, because then I can really go crazy on things like that. The problem was, of course, not everybody can learn from me. This depends what skill level you're on. There's a lot of people that are way better than me. Maybe not that subjective, but better, yes. The problem was that this guy couldn't really paint, and he was doing some digital stuff, and I mean, if you're gonna say stuff like that, you might be sure that you're better. And why should he say it at all? I mean, why was that necessary? Even necessary? Well, probably because he's a pretentious prick who suffers from the Dunning-Kruger effect. He thinks he's better than he is, and he's blinded by his own bias. And that is the most dangerous thing an artist can be. Blinded by bias is just horrendous. It's bad enough in politics and religion and stuff like that, but if you get to that point in painting and creative work, science or whatever, you're really in trouble. It's really trouble brewing, because emotional and intellectual honesty is basically one of the building blocks when it comes to becoming a better artist or scientist or whatever. You have to be able to dispute your own narrative and dispute your own, or try to look objective on what you're doing. And for me, this is more a science than art. You know, my struggle in painting isn't about the ideas. It is about the paintedness. It is about how I do or how I solve problems. I'm a sucker for problem solving. I also enjoy inflicting high levels of problems, like not using any other help than my eyes. No lining up, no pre-sketch, no yeah, you know what I mean. Projectors, anything like that. See, maybe that goes more in, or yeah. Anyway, there's so many things, you know. There can be so small. Maybe that eye is a little bit too much this way. Maybe. There's a gazillion maybes. And it can really drive you kind of crazy. That was a mistake. And to see these things is really, really difficult. So, the ideal thing was to be working with my paintings like 12, at least 10 hours a day. To really being able to get into it. So, what I like here is that I have actually managed to follow pretty well the photo, but there are discrepancies that are quite big. I have a very hard time actually deciding how far to go and stuff. That can be quite difficult place to be as an artist, but you know, it's just how it is. Okay, that was actually better. Some small lights there that I can work with. The thing is good now is that I can actually scrape this out, and yeah, such a gorgeous face on this girl. Really beautiful. Okay, just gonna keep on painting, and yeah, as you can see, it's not really her yet, but it's kind of just looks like her, but it's not completely her. So I just have. So here we are, back again finally. I've been away from this painting for over a year, so it is quite strange to see it again or start on it again, because suddenly I see a lot of things I need to do. The most difficult things in this is actually the difficult between getting all the all the blur things out, because it is kind of blurry here. When you go into it, it's quite blurry, and everything kind of melts together. Also the hue is quite orange or yellowish, so it's going to be a challenge, but I will kind of work with it piece by piece, slowly, and try to get this natural feel to it. That is the goal with every painting actually. So this is actually but some it depends on what kind. If I use my Pentax camera with film, usually it becomes a little bit more blurry because of film. It's a totally different process than digital. This is a digital portrait taken with a digital camera. Actually, the same camera that I'm filming with. And the digital camera tend to give a sharper picture. I don't really like it that much, because I think I can get some nice photos of it, and if I'm careful with the lighting and stuff, it can be quite natural. But I prefer my RZ camera, because it gives, as I say, a more painted photo to work with. It's almost like the film. Sadly, I used I do have some left, but I used to use a lot of tungsten dias or film with blue filter in it, so it took away a lot of the yellow and gave a very nice blue hue. Sadly, they don't make that film anymore, so it's actually, if you have analog cameras, it's more difficult to get very good film now, so you kind of have to experiment more. Then again, I have so much material to work with that, I mean, I'm 55 years old now, and if I'm gonna be able to use all my, or at least some of my material, I just have to start using the photos. And that is actually what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to, in my next exhibition or in the exhibitions in the future, I will start using my photo artwork more intensely, and see if I can use that. There was actually a very good gallery in New York that was interested in my photos more than my paintings actually, and sadly it didn't pan out in the end, because there was 3 people who, there was this one guy who really wanted it, and he wasn't able to get the boss to agree. Of course, he told me to come back later or send them new works and stuff, and with me being so focused as I am, I never did. So yeah, Anyway, I'm not a good businessman. I'm not good at selling myself. So maybe it's a good thing, because I'm more like an idealist when it comes to my art. You know, my art is more for me, more an existential thing than a money thing. As I say, money comes to the ones who work, and yeah. Anyway, Susie, I have to go through a lot of stuff here, because I'm not a photorealist. I don't have that thing. I'm too much of a wild card to be a photorealist. But then I'm stretching myself to reach the object that I'm painting. So in a way, succeeding or not succeeding is basically how close can I get to, without going totally over the deep end, like some of the photorealists are just amazing. I talk about that German guy, which I never remember the name of, the guy with the big faces and big paintings. He's just amazing. And if you can get your photorealism to that level, I mean, you can't, if you're gonna take it to that level, you can't have them to be that painted. You know, you can't paint them the Rembrandt way, because then it's too much happening in the surfaces. If you're gonna be a photorealist, you have to keep it kind of on the same level. If you build a lot of textures, the canvas starts to become more painted, and it starts to live in a very different way than only kind of doing details like this every here. Very, very skilled work, which I'm not even capable of. I'm capable of kind of, I don't really know what I'm capable of, because that is the problem with painting also, that I just have to push myself and see how far I can get. I would like to have the photo, when I work with a photo, I would like to keep the photorealism, but in a Rembrandt way. If you get, I want to also to keep the paintedness, the thick colors, the sculptural dimension, and I want to push it over the edge, not to keep it down on one level. In photorealism, it is basically the nuance who creates the 3D effect, and it works for the ones who are really good at it. It falls true, I think, when people aren't that skilled. So then it becomes something half-baked, half there, and it's not that impressive. So, yeah. I'm not good at this less is more thing. My brain is more tuned to more. And, yeah. But then again, that's me. So, yeah. This was the first segment I've actually filmed in a whole year, and if you have seen my YouTube channel, you probably know that I was in prison for a while because of my gun collection, and it was a very nice experience. It was a low security prison in Norway, and I used it to meditate and get over a heartbreak, and yeah, I used it in a very good way. It was basically what I needed. Simply what I needed, because I've been such a spoiled big baby for so long that I needed this wake-up call to basically get my shit together. And sometimes we need something outside of ourselves to just stop us before we go over the deep end. As Jordan Peterson do say, if you keep on doing the wrong thing over a long time, sooner or later you're going to wind up in prison. And even worse, if you keep on doing the wrong thing and you don't change, at some point there's not going to be any more time in existence to fix the problem, and then you're done. It's finished, it's over, because you can't fix it. But I can fix this, and I still have my skill. I did a lot of drawing in prison, a lot of some painting. I was a carpenter. I was painting a lot. I think actually I was one of the prisoners. I know a couple of more people who actually was what I would call a plus prisoner. They're prisoners who love to work and love to do their duty, and wasn't whining about how horrible it was to be there. So yeah. So I come back here and start painting again, and it just feels like I never walked away. It's funny, I didn't lose any skill. I think even that I got better, because now my brain is more focused and I just feel good. Yeah, what a good thing. Yes. So what I'm doing now, I'm trying to finish this painting. It's long overdue, but what I'm actually working on is creating subtle transfusions, or from this to this. I'm trying to kind of work so the nuances are gliding together, so actually removing lines and creating subtleness. I was talking about it in a short video I made for my Instagram today, but I can repeat myself. I was in New York looking at Vermeer, and I noticed something, because sometimes, I'm self-taught as a painter, so that's why it took me, of course, way longer to learn how to paint, and I'm still learning, of course. But I noticed that Vermeer, I noticed something that happened, actually, it's the other way around. I was looking at Vermeer's paintings, and then I realized that what he probably did was to let the paint kind of melt into one another. If you work wet in wet, you can actually make these things to kind of just glide into one another, and that way the lines get so blurred that they don't really exist anymore. Also, as you can see now, I'm using my pencil to kind of drag things together. I'm trying to keep it very open and so on, because I think this one is too stiff right now. Now this portrait is taken with digital photo, and they tend to become a little bit harder in the nuances than my analog portrait was, but yeah. So I need to kind of dissolve this. I am looking for this, okay, I'm going for this as good as I can, but I also need to keep it painted and keep it open. And it has also to do with skillwall. Now, I remember, because I did some painting, some also glazing. In the end, when you have kind of made it wet in wet, you can, now I took some medium and I took some red, and I just kind of, if you see now, I just add very thin color on top of some wet color, and it creates this very subtle, not line of course, because that is not what I'm after. Yeah. So that's a way that I've found to be a good thing. Also, you can glaze before you add another layer. That is also a way to do it. You glaze and then the whole thing is wet. To do that, you have to have a, maybe if you have enough time, it can be a good thing to be able to go over the whole thing if you glaze. So you basically paint wet in wet, and the paint will then glide into one another. There's a lot of tricks in the book, and you learn as you go along, and as I said many times, I'm very glad people like my paintings better than I do, because I face my skill wall all the time, and it is like, it's very difficult to know. Personally, I think I'm maybe now, if I see my greatest heroes, like is Rembrandt and Turner and you know, the best painters, Vermeer. Maybe I'm at halfway, 50%, maybe. I will never reach 100 because I'm not classically tutored, but I can. And also, you have to remember that as you get better, in the beginning it's easy to get better. You get better by tiger steps. You're jumping. Every time you paint a new thing, it seems like you are doing dramatic steps forward. And you do. The problem is that at some point it is like becoming a very good runner is not that hard. Is it becoming a quite good piano player? It's not that hard. It is when you are getting over into the realm of the really, really good, that is when things slows down to a crawl. For every single step you take, for everything you do better, you have to work harder, you have to go deeper, and you kind of have to use your patience so much more to be able to reach that. So yeah, that's how I see it. But never give up, because don't throw away the possibilities. You have to become the best version of yourself, and doing creative work is basically one of the ways you can become the best version of yourself. I think that is basically it should be our goal in itself, to use this short blip of existence to add something extra, maybe, and spend time getting better. There is no greater thing, no thing that gives more pleasure than to get better, for no other reason than getting better. It's not because you're going to be better than other people. It's not because you're going to show anyone anything. It's simply this thing of getting better. So yeah, go for that, and you have a nice distraction while you wait for the big nothingness, which will hit us all at some point. Just pick up any movie from the 1920s or 1940s, or the war, Second World War. Most of the people you see in old movies are all gone now, and they had lives like us, and so much tragedy. I saw this documentary about Toulouse-Lautrec, right now one of my favorite artists actually. I mean, the prostitution in Paris, and the wasting of human life and human potential for poverty and prostitution and all these things. Such a tragedy, when you look at it. Like the war in Ukraine now, destroying innocent lives every single day, killing. I mean, I don't like them killing Russian soldiers there. Most of the Russian soldiers don't want to be there, okay? There's one man, one big ego, who has become the destruction of worlds, and it's just so sad. And just for his own gain, just for his own ego. So, let the goal of your human life, or this blip of existence, be to become the best version of yourself, and that way you will probably become a resource for both friends and loved ones and everything. We have to start with ourselves. And it's funny because, as I say, I'm glad people like my paintings better than I do, because I can actually see how much is left to be accomplished before I can actually, sometimes before I can say that this is okay. I have done some paintings in my life that I'm actually think kind of hit the nail, like the Jewish Holocaust survivor Samuel Steinmann, and the portrait of a Norwegian freedom fighter during the Second World War, Chalk Gun, stuff like that. I have done some portraits or some paintings that I think has relatively high quality, but I'm not consistent yet, and I think it's the consistency that I'm looking for. And no, not everything that the old masters did was always the best either, of course, but most of it was. I wonder many times, where is the intermissions of Vermeer? Where is all the paintings? Because you can't just start painting and become a good painter. You have to have an incremental build-up of skill to come to a certain point where things start to become good. And I wonder maybe all the works of Vermeer. There must be so much lost works. So many lost works because he became very good, but there's not many paintings. So where's all the intermissions, all the bad things he did? Maybe he ruined it, or maybe he didn't even sign it, or maybe he just never gave it out or something like that. I would like to see more of his process. When you go to Rembrandt, you can see much more of Rembrandt's process from the popular artist to the more less popular but better painter. But I haven't seen much early Vermeers. Anyway, you see now, I'm just gonna start building light. Just building and building. And this one is gonna become good. It deserves it. So, yeah. Okay. Okay, here we go. Gonna do some more with the lips. And it's one of those things that are really, 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 really difficult. I can't emphasize that more, how difficult it is to get these very nice overganger, very nice subtle, you know, what I've been talking about all the time. Now see, it has to go a little bit more down also, but I also have to keep it in the dark at the same time and not bring it too much up. Very many things to think about in this. Yes. It really is. See now, push it down again. This is what I do. I cannot just step by step, slowly trying to figure out what to do. Finding the right hue and the right color, right amount of yellow, the right amount of blue, all these things at the same time, and try to remove the stiffness and create natural something that I can't say the name of, because as I said, in Norway it's called overgang. The shadow stops and, you know, make it look. It's very important to make the shadow or the thing look like the shadow has to seem like it actually lays on top of something. You just don't put in a lot of black or something to... Of course people will, of course, realize it's a shadow, but it's not how a shadow really looks, because a shadow is something that hits the surface and then the surface is visible underneath the shadow. If not, there would just be a hole. There will just not be any light at all. There will always be some light reflecting, and that's what I'm trying to do here. Find this. It became a little bit too blue, so try to push it on, bring more yellow. I use cadmium yellow to bring it a little bit back up again to the more warm. And yeah, quite nice. It's quite a hard shadow right there where the light hits, but you can clearly see the skin underneath in the shadow, and it's so important to get that in, or it will look so fake and it won't feel right, basically. Ah, shit. Now actually I was going to go for the lips, but then I started with that shadow instead. So maybe I should just take this away and yeah. The mouth I was actually going to work with now. Try to figure out how to get the mouth to come alive. And it's basically the same thing again. Shadow, and then finding this subtle, because I see it's a cousin of a friend of mine who I'm painting here, and he felt that was basically when it was a sketch also, but I know but he felt that the mouth was a little bit too stiff and stuff, and I absolutely agree. I still agree actually, despite me having worked more with it. So I have to make the mouth way more subtle, way more. It has to disappear. These shadow things has to disappear, and at the same time they have to be present. So sorry, it's not easy. I guess they used to have the old masters. Guess I have had more like a recipe how to do things. I don't, because I just paint and hope for the best, really. push it down there. More, way more yellow. And maybe blue-black. Maybe I should try one painting with only ivory black just to see if I can actually use ivory black at all. My experience with ivory black is that it's kind of warm and a little dirty, and I don't really like that very much. So but anyway, it's underneath there too, you know. You can go crazy over things like this. Too much into little is so close together that it's almost absurd. See, the shadow here is just a totally wrong color. I don't even know if you actually see it in the camera. It's a sad thing, really. But just bring this back up. And then push it down again with the right color, right hue. Now this here is different, and in a way I have painted a symbol instead of actually looking at the lip. And that's very often a problem, because every lip has some of the same features. They don't or whatever. No, that's a bit kind of silly. I mean, maybe silly's good. You got a little lower lip. Yeah, that wasn't what I was after. You don't want to paint a lip symbol, but the lips. Her lips, not any lip, but her lips. It's very important. It's like the onion, not an onion. That onion. Starting to look like Angela Jolie. Have to take them a little bit down, or maybe the nose a little bit up. They can also be because there's a shadow underneath here, and this of course looked a little bit longer. Easily be fixed, so that's no problem. The thing is that the lip, this one and this has to kind of merge together, so you almost can't see where the upper lip start or what's up on top. Yeah, you know, starts and the other one kind of ends. Yeah, I think that was a little bit better, but it's not really her lips yet. I'm getting there. But it will take me a while to get this done, because I don't really know how. I just have a kind of, I can know that I have to just work back and forth with it until it just becomes. I always also do like this and like this, and actually it's more like, yeah. Luckily I'm at the skill level where I'm actually able to locate my mistakes. And that is very important, being able to see them. Also, this have to feel like it's round. Yeah. This is gonna take a while. And I can possibly film everything. So I'll just keep painting and come back to this when I maybe have been able to figure it out. Because this is going to be a tough one. There's kind of a blue shadow going over here also. See that now. And comes a little down. Over in. I actually love this. This is really a challenge. And that is why I love it so much. Because I have to push my skill wall to the limits. I'm very glad that I know what I know, because there was a time where when I was painting, that I couldn't have told myself these things about the lips and stuff. I was just trying to see, trying to understand without being able to actually do. I changed the whole thing now. You can see that. But I think I'm gonna, when I manage to paint it, it's gonna be much more correct. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna see, it has to go more like this, and go a little bit more up to find exactly that. She kind of reminds me of Mona Lisa. Does she smile or does she not? And I'm gonna figure it out, that's for sure. Yay! So here is a little update. I've been working more around here. It's almost like I'm working myself more and more into a corner, because I start seeing more and more and more. And I always do that, and it's kind of so annoying. Now I feel that I should go a little bit longer out here. Kind of different things that just keep popping up as I go along. It's very typical, and I'm trying to keep down the things over the eyes here. Also think that maybe this is actually going to be a little bit more out. That is should a little bit more broader up here. It's not much. It's like it's a thing you see only when you get closer to the finish line. Now I've also been working now a lot with the face, so what I'm going to do is just do these adjustments here, because I put in a lot of thick colors and stuff, and I'm going to go further to do the rest of the painting, so that I get a more better overview, as I usually say. I can actually see better helheten, the wholeness of the painting, because one has a tendency to kind of start working with one problem and you get stuck and can't move on, and that is why I have to be more focused on one thing. Of course this looks like her, there's no doubt about that, but it's a gazillion small things, the lips and the shadows, the colors in the shadows, and there's so many things that I'm working on, and I see it as I go along. When I look in the mirror, I can see that I'm actually onto it. It is bad, but and also the problem, of course, is that it's very yellow. There's not much to work with, which is a problem. But the most important thing is actually getting in these small things, like the shape of the lips, how the lips curves in, how they disappear into the mouth here. And she has this, she kind of looks like, I probably said it before, but she has some of that almost smile, and it's going to be a challenge to get it right. Now there's way more yellowish in this, and I painted it reddish, so I have to do something about that. And yeah. And then maybe I even need a pencil to this a little bit thinner than this one. You know, the transition between here, I have to get more of this. And also I start to see the eyebrows goes a little bit more behind there. And probably also a little bit higher. But these are things I will come back to when I have done the rest, like the lips here. You have this nice light. The lips are very hard to paint. They are transparent, you can see the blood underneath. So you can't just paint them red. They have to be transparent. Transparently red. And that's not the easiest thing to do. You see? It's almost like I have to put in some colors here and then put glaze, some paint up top of that when this has dried, so I get this very nice lip color to it. Yeah. The lip. And I maybe should use some. Yeah, it's too bright there. And it's a little bit greenish. It's so hard to find that color because it's a broken color. Yeah, it's too bright, as you can see. That is also very hard to get it down. That is one of the things that are very difficult. Just to kind of push it down to make it look like a shadow. I'm using my blue black and some yellowish to push it down, but also yellow, cadmium yellow in it, so it's kind of a blue black type of color. It's greenish, as you can see now. I'll put on some more green, but it was a little bit too green, so I need to drag it up and nudge into some more. Use some cadmium orange. Try to drag it back up again. Then it became too orange. You see what I mean? It's a fucking nightmare, to be honest. Because I'm trying to find that right color, and now it's just green. And maybe that is better as a basis for the next move. There has to be skin in the shadow. The shadow here is bluish, greenish, reddish. It's gonna have all the colors in it. And underneath here you have this nice line of reddish light that comes underneath, so I know it's kind of blue, and because that's a complementary color to the light, the reddish light here. And yeah, so that is my nemesis, maybe. Finding that right color. And then suddenly it turns dirty, you know. If you mix too many colors into one another, it becomes just dirty. And so, yeah, it's not easy. and have to make the red kind of go up into it a little bit. Have to curve the shadow here. It's quite difficult. Anyway, this is how I do it. Looked a little bit more natural now. The color, I mean. So this is basically what I've been doing, just going back and forth, trying to find the right colors, shape, everything. Way more light. It comes down from the, of course, underneath here. If you see, and it kind of explains the shape. It comes from here and up. So. It's better to overdo it a little bit because you can always kind of push it down with some glazing. And yeah. Also drag it up a little bit. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff left to do, but I think I'm going to manage to get it right in the end. What I want to do now is start to move to paint more of the details in the clothes, and there's a rose in this, and I just want to do some less. It's also detailed work, but it's kind of a little bit easier. The hardest thing to paint is human faces. There is no doubt about it. Or organic material, like if you paint an animal, of course, it's basically equally difficult because an animal has a face too and has a certain anatomy you have to follow. There is no room for cheating, and yeah. So. And that's what is so tantalizing with it, actually, that we this absurd struggle to get it right puzzles me how important it is. And my girlfriend has the same thing. She could get devastated when she doesn't get it right. And just keep on bang on. It gives life a little bit of meaning. And all the craziness of existence. So, I will just do some more on the rest here, and then I will fill some more later. Okay. So, here we are, doing some painting with my beautiful Amalie. She's going to ask me some questions again.
Yep.
Yep. So, Start.
Okay, shall I start with the ChatGPT or
Whatever.
whatever? Maybe you can talk about how to paint texture in clothes.
Yeah, I can do that. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Because that's actually what I'm doing right now. So. Well, as I told you, when you paint, you have to avoid the cliches of folds or clothes. Many people will kind of just, if they see a fold, they will just kind of do like this, do like that, and they make these almost cliches or symbols for cloth. So, and it becomes very rigid, stiff, or almost plastic. So what you have to do is kind of think that you have to make it so it's basically physical. You have to use the pencil. I prefer the pig pencil. What is it called? Pig, not pig, but
Pig hair.
Pig hair, bristle, whatever, because they leave this painted brushwork, almost like cloth-like, woven. And then when you look at, like down here, there is a light. What people usually would do is that they take this and they do like this. Okay. What I would do is, how to sit på den sidan eller där för det. You could move over there. Okay. Maybe that's better because then you turn around and talk to you. And then you see better. So. Well, so what I do is basically taking the color and I see this thing here and I do like, instead of dragging it down, I do like this. Okay. You can also do, of course, different ways, but I try to just knit it almost like it's cloth, and to create that kind of more darker part here, I just mix some, maybe some reddish or blue, tone it down a little bit, try to figure out which, because it seems like, and I do like this, okay, and then I go back and I bring in some lighter color and I do like this again. So in a way these surfaces get knitted together, almost like it would be thread all the time. But then you can, of course, you can go a little bit up like this and a little bit down like, but you figure out how to do it. What you don't do, you don't flatten it out. You can do that in the shadow parts. In the shadow parts you can do that. But there too, the shadow also has to have texture. So what you should do is like Rembrandt did. He painted all the texture. Then maybe he took a glaze and just glazed in the shadow on top of it. And then it actually feels like the shadow is hitting the cloth. Okay? So that is the way to do that. And then of course you just, like there's lines here, there's some thin things here because, so here is a lot of mistakes I have to fix and stuff. But that's the way I do it. Have you noticed yourself that it's a good way to do it, like this? Huh?
No, because I haven't tried.
You haven't tried it?
No.
No, because your painting of your father was very nice, but there was a few small things like that you kind of made the folds a little bit like symbols. But also, of course, there are times you can actually drag down if you want to kind of create, say there is a shadow and I want to create some more difference between the tops of this paint and the low areas, you can actually drag it down, but it always have to be very focused. That is why when you look at some of the best photorealists, they are really good at doing that, and they also put in very low brushwork. There's not like me that just put in a lot of paint, but they keep it down so the process there is even more focused. What is this called? I always forgets his name. Didn't I show you that German guy?
Philip Weber.
Yeah, Philip Weber. You look at what he's painting. That is kind of, you could do that.
No.
Because you have, no, you have the hyper focus. I see it already, the kind of focus you have. And your temperament is more like his, in a way. Don't you agree a little bit? You don't have to. But I can see that you could actually, your hyper focus. And of course it would drive you nuts, but to do that you have to have this. But it depends. What do you? Now I'm interviewing you actually. What do you want to do? Do you want your paintings to be more painted? Or do you want them to be more photorealistic? Or do you have you thought about that at all? Kind of?
I don't think I want to go total photorealistic.
Okay.
Because yeah, there's something boring about it too, even though it's very impressive.
Weber is extremely impressive because that is taking it to another level. That is the godlike level. You know, it shouldn't be even possible.
If you are going to do photorealism, you have to do it
that way.
like him, because or else it just becomes kind of like an AI.
Yeah. And it becomes dead and boring.
Yeah.
And but his stuff isn't dead and boring because he has. And what impresses me the most with him, because I have ADHD times 50. I guess he probably has an Asperger's syndrome or something, or some kind of autism, because being able to reach the calm or reach the hyper focus, there has to be something special with him, because he sits there with these small pencils. Now people told me they can't understand my patience, how I can have the patience to do the things I do. And as you know, in prison when I did this repetition work, and people ask me, how the hell do you have the patience to do this? It's because of the flow. There's no problem. It's just, I enjoy it. I just drink my coffee, I listen to music, and I don't have to think. And when you have a problem with overthinking in the first place, the best thing you can do is do something creative that leaves you not thinking. Have you noticed the beauty of it when you don't have to think? You just turn it off. And that is what made me fall in love with painting in the first place. So, okay, blah blah blah. That was a long. Do you have another question? Or another? Do you wonder about something?
Maybe I can see what AI wants to ask. How do you approach the portrayal of human figures in your art, and what do you hope viewers take away from these representations?
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah.
That was weird, because presentations take away from it. It's it's almost like a philosophical question, isn't it? And I don't do that much philosophy when it comes to painting. It's more like, to me, it's more like painting. How I approach it.
Or maybe, what do you want the viewers to take away when they see your art, or is there something you want them to feel or think?
Like this, yeah. Well, I wish more people actually saw the value of the brushwork. But you have to have a trained eye. It's like when I go into a museum and I see a Rembrandt or whatever. I have a painter, and there's a lot of good painters in the world. I always go and look at the brushwork. That is what I notice first. And I also, if I can inspire people to push themselves, because a lot of people say, oh, I haven't got talent to do this, and I say, yeah, you do. You just have to do it over and over again. Maybe it is the thing that adding something positive to the world, a small thing. I would like my artwork, like that Philip Weber guy, be a witness to human potential. Human potential when it comes to skill. I'm not that, in this is just a portrait, and of course there is humanism in depicting a human being in the first place, but I don't do a portrait like this for any other philosophical reason. If there is anything, well, this one I'm doing because it's a commission work, so I have to do it. But if I did, like I paint a portrait of you, it's because I find you interesting as a person and beautiful, and of course that you are there. But yeah. So if I choose people to paint, if I should choose, I would choose from beauty and interesting. Like Duffy. I would like to. I have taken some very nice photos of him, the musician with a big beard and stuff, because he has character. He's not pretty, but he has character. Okay. Well, he's kind of beautiful in his way, you know. So yeah, and also when I get to it in my human condition exhibition, or yeah, I'm gonna paint people I find interesting, portraits of people I find interesting, and both people who are bad and people who are good, and kind of tell their story while I'm painting and what I think about them and stuff like that. So I guess that then there will be more like a philosophical or humanist approach to why I paint them. So I don't know. But for me, it's always about the paint. So no, I go down like this. Then maybe I take, because you see, you have a lot of kaplak in this. And if I should say something, there's a lot of sort of Prussian blue, or Prussian green, and Prussian blue is kind of green. It depends how you use it. So I feel that here in this one, I see that you have this kaplak or alizarin and Prussian blue. That is when Prussian blue goes against the green, like blueberry. Blueberry isn't really blue, they're just really, really, really blue-green in a way. Alizarin, I would say, is the complementary color to it. And I see it in this, there's so much Prussian blue. And then the alizarin comes in there, so they are complementary colors. And I have no idea why I started talking about that, but maybe you could tell me why.
So yeah, we were talking about the human figures and why, and you talked about human condition and why you wanted to paint the people you want to paint.
Yeah, and then was it texture or was it about? That was what I was going to talk about. That I take like the Prussian blue and I kind of do like this, for instance, pull this down, then I kind of go in here and I take, when I want to enhance it a little bit, I don't mix them together, but I take Prussian blue and the alizarin in this brush work and I just mix them there. So they get mixed into the brushwork, almost like a micro impressionism. Actually, I have a video on YouTube called where I paint an apple, where I do that very consciously, and I call it micro impressionism. Okay. And then you can go in, and you can also mix in French ultramarine, because that kind of turns the Prussian blue over into more reddish. So then it becomes more violet again, in a way, and you just have to go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth with that. Yeah. Next.
Yeah, see the way you're working, you kind of just put it on there.
Yeah.
I would probably have mixed everything more together.
Yeah. I kind of put it on there almost like I would build with clay. And that goes back to that sculpture teacher I had in art school, Narsilovsky, which had the sculpture with one lump of clay, and then it was sitting, adding, and subtracting, adding. It's almost like, have you seen the video of Lucien Freud when he paints?
No.
That is quite cool. He grabs the paint and he pushes it on, and then he throws down the rest, and then he just grabs more paint and he put it on. Almost like he's building like this. It's fascinating to see. There was done a video of him a few days before he died, and he was painting one of his last paintings. And he was standing there, and the runner was full of paint. He's just throwing it down like that. It's very fascinating to see. Now, it's fascinating with humans at all that we can do this. It's like we are apes that has this big fluke of a brain that leaves us with the capability of doing this. Now, I think this rose is placed totally wrong, and there's a lot of mistakes here, but that is why then I go over it again. I have to push it more back. down, I mean. But you must do it your way, you know. If you want to mix the colors more, you do that. That's figure your own way. You don't have to do it like me. I also mix sometimes, you know. It's just I do know if you mix too many colors together and you push them in too much, it becomes quite plastic almost. The most horrific thing is now when people who can't paint are using acryl.
People who can't paint who use acryl?
Yeah, because it's so flat. It's even more flat. It's almost nothing there. And I take some black and I push down the Prussian blue, put in some also in again. Then I get a deeper color. Then I go in there. Okay, just ask me some questions. I'll lift up this. Just like this, you know. Now there is this fold here. So I start doing like this. Okay, you see? And, because then I kind of make this woolly, and then when this comes in from the side here, at some point I make this line disappear. Okay. Okay. Question? Har du spørsmål?
Jeg vet ikke med disse her. What challenges do you face as a figurative artist, and how do you overcome that?
Challenges? Well, you have the skill challenge. I think it's the biggest challenge is kind of the skill wall. When you hit the wall and you don't have the skill to do what you want, and accepting that. Don't attack yourself in a bad way that you quit, you know. Like a woman that was drawing, and she kind of did the same mistakes over and over again, but she get a little bit better, but she stopped for a while and then she went all the way back and did it over again, and now a while ago asked how is it now. She wasn't getting any better. She was wondering, just giving up. And that is why she will never become a painter or a drawer, because she gave up. She didn't have the patience. I told her over and over again, you have to have the patience. When you start on a drawing, start slow. I told you too, you know, remember the sketch? It turned out very well, so I was kind of wrong telling you to start all over again, because it turned out very well. But she was moving too fast and she always did the same mistakes. And I said again and again, why can't you just start with the same format and make the face as big as it is in the format, and then let everything, always something. But the thing is, she was getting better, but then she loses the interest because she wants the fix, she wants the fast fix, she wants to be good now, and don't understand that it demands a lot of work and honesty and endurance, mental endurance, because you have to accept that you have a skill. Have you thought about that?
About what?
The skill wall?
Yeah.
When you reach the point where you...
Yeah, I
Yeah.
experienced that with the flower painting.
Yeah. Mm. And how did it feel?
It almost actually feels like I'm trying to do something impossible,
Mm.
but that time it really felt like there was impossible, because I have at least somewhat found a solution to most of my paintings, but that one was like, no, there is no solution here.
There is no solution. Yeah, and there's many reasons you chose the wrong photo. Okay, that's one. Okay, and but you pulled it through. Despite you haven't been painting for that long either, really. Or you have been painting, but you haven't done it very much, like all the time. How much did you used to draw? When did you start again, actually? You did a lot before, and then you started?
2002.
Uh-huh.
2022, I mean.
Okay. Yeah, that's when you started again. So... Well, do you have anything more for me?
Yeah, I don't know about these AI questions.
No, it's just kind of a starter in a way. Kick the baby. Well, you asked about the struggles. Well, I struggle, of course, with getting started every day. And the strange thing is, every time I get started, I feel like I'm home. It's basically like when I drink red wine. When I take the first glass, I feel like I'm home. The thing with painting is that you don't get hungover the day after. So you can do it over and over again and you get the same buzz. But despite that, it's so much harder to get started. I mean, it's easy to take a glass of wine, but for some reason it isn't that easy to start with something this positive. You notice that yourself, it's easier to go exercise than paint. Why? Is it because it's slow dopamine? That's a good question. The slow dopamine is always more difficult to get started. So that is one of the things. Now, as a figurative artist, you have this thing that you can actually get to sell more paintings, and your economy can be better than most artists, because you're actually making something people want. But then again, other artists, and especially Norway, is getting financed by the state, and doing this kind of painting leaves me, of course, outside of the circle of artists who actually get support from the art community, because there's always been this fight between the figurative painting and the conceptual artists, who's kind of, there's literally, I would say, what do you call it, corruption in the Norwegian art scene. There's a small gang that are sitting in the organizations who's giving state money, oil money, to a certain section of artists. And that is... So I guess that is a bad part of the Norwegian art scene, or doing this kind of art, that you kind of fall between two chairs. But then again, we live in Norway, and if we really screw up, we always have social security or whatever. Nobody's starved to death in Norway unless they really want to. I mean, you have to insist. Even a drug addict in the street of Norway is richer than most people in the world. So, yeah, and he gets covered everything if he wants to. The question there is that the guy is actually using his money wrong. Okay, like me, I used money like crazy. It cost me a lot. You know? Being an idiot cost. That's a price. So, yeah, it's basically struggles are getting started, skillwall, and sometimes economical things. So, yeah. If everything was too easy, I guess it wouldn't be that interesting either. And the pleasure, I mean, when you finally stopped working on the flowers, you were kind of pleased with it because you had gone through the whole process. And I saw how you were fighting with that painting because you hated it, okay? Yeah. But you wouldn't give up. And that is a very good, that one is it that will make you keep doing it because you don't quit. You refuse to give it. Sometimes we should actually give in long before we do.
Yeah, I think it's much easier to quit in the start
Yeah.
or in the beginning.
Yeah.
But I had worked for several months,
Yeah.
almost a year, so I can't quit now.
Yeah,
It's too late.
It's too late to quit. Yeah, you've gone too far. Yeah, and it was a good thing because you learned a hell of a lot from it. So yeah. Me too. I mean, in the beginning, I had no skill set to finish these projects I was wanting to make. I was dreaming about doing these huge figure paintings, and like really huge, and I made some big ones too, but I couldn't possibly finish them and get it right because I didn't have the skill. But I had this naive way of being that made me try anyway. So, yeah. Any more we can talk about? Does this look like a mess now?
There's a lot happening in the shadows there.
Yeah. You see now, I try to
How do you maybe when there's a lot of things happening in shadow or something, how do you like approach that?
No, I just have to kind of, as I said, I need to make texture also in the shadows, like this. Okay. So it actually, and then now this brushwork is too thick compared to that now because it's more toned down, so I can actually do a little bit like this and maybe drag it up like this and then go in and put another layer on top on this again. And then I need some Alsarin and I try to drag it down like this maybe. No, that was wrong actually. See, because I flattened out the texture.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, at some point you can't really get more paint into it, so you just have to let it dry and then paint on top of it. What I would like to do, I see this now as a lot of triangles and shapes. Do you see that? It's almost like there are a lot of mathematical shapes, almost like Picasso, you know. So if you think like that, you will actually get closer. And then when you have gotten that in, the mathematics of it, basically, because everything in nature has a mathematical structure. So if you paint something, it has to follow the logic. You can't suddenly have a fold in the clothes that does something that is impossible. That isn't physically possible compared to the other thing. Okay? You can't have a branch on a tree that suddenly grows out of the golden snit, or the golden, or you know what is called 3.14. Is it the, you know, that it grows like, it grows basically, you know, you have this, and then this is half, and then this is half again, and this, so you have this, yeah, you know what I mean. You always have this. And if you do a tree and you don't follow the logic or the mathematics of nature, it will just look wrong. Even an untrained eye will see that this can't be a tree. It's like when people paint the face and they get the proportions wrong. Everybody sees there's something wrong, okay? Even the untrained eye. Of course, it's way easier to impress the blind, as we say. But you will see it. So you kind of have to understand the logic of the universe in a way, or the mathematics of the universe. Yeah, and we'll come back to the thing with about why paint, or what the challenges are. It is basically the challenge that is much of the driving force, I think. Getting it right. Pushing those limits. And of course that nice feeling when you finally finished something. And you can relax for 5 minutes before you start on a new one. That's also very dangerous, not to start basically the day after, because if you take a pause, it can be permanent. It's very dangerous. It's very hard to get started again. It's like the taekwondo. I have the third dan, you know, and I should have had the fourth if it wasn't because I had to operate my hips, maybe even five. But the point is, most people who do martial arts, or especially things like karate and taekwondo, they get to the black belt and they work like crazy to the black belt, and then they're gonna have a pause. Gonna relax a little bit after the first graduation, and they never come back. And then they come back maybe in a year, but then they go to 1 or 2 trainings and they have lost all their motivation to start up again. So when you have an exhibition, you can take a few days off, but you should actually go right back to painting again, almost a day after. You know what I mean? Because it shouldn't make any difference. And I told you too, when you now was finished with that painting, and you still haven't started yet. And it's a week ago. You see what I mean? And I'm not a good, you see me, I throw away so much time now. So So you should just get started. Do something. Just set something up there and start. Anything. Just do brushwork. Just try out stuff. Have a canvas with, you're just gonna do some brushwork, okay? Just get started. So, because if not, it can be permanent. It will be harder and harder and harder. And you're the kind of person who also, it's almost like you have to have some meaning behind what you do. And that's a trap. You shouldn't seek meaning, you should just seek the feeling. I have never had problems with the question, what should I paint now? Okay? Because there's objects, there is landscapes, there are human beings, there are so many things to do. So how do you think about these things?
There can also be too much to choose from.
Yeah.
What should I start on?
Yeah. Well, as I said, just put up a still life, set it up, start. You find a photo you want to paint, you start. Just have to sit down and start. So that's the good thing I think about still lifes and stuff, because you can take a stone, you can take an apple, you can take an onion, you can take anything, some bottle or whatever, you can just start. I've done the same mistakes myself. When I was doing exhibitions, in the end I was basically painting and sleeping. And in the last few days I didn't sleep, I was just painting. At some point I had painted so long, I don't remember it, that I was standing there and because when I ruminate when I paint, and suddenly I heard a voice from, it sounded like it came from outside my own head, and it answered my question. The question I was thinking about was answered from the outside, because I haven't been sleeping much and I've been painting like crazy. So I call it a near psychotic experience. My own thought was answered by me from the outside. It sounded like and I jumped like crazy. You know, what was that? I said, okay, I should have a nap. Do you have another question for me? The problem here is that you also have the stripes in the cloth. And with my technique, I mean, I would like to get all these stripes into the painting, okay? But I know it would take me a year.
Yeah.
Okay? So I have to find a way to make it feel like it's there. And that is basically trying to just make points or whatever. At least give it some feeling of that cloth. That is why this painting will of course take much longer time than I thought, because they tend to grow while I'm painting.
What grows?
No, it's like I see something, oh shit, I have to do that. And in the first place I use, okay, I'm gonna paint a kind of a loose, more sketchy shirt, and I'm gonna do, and then you keep on working and you go deeper and deeper and deeper into more detail. And in the end you have crossed over the Rubicon, and you have done so many details that you kind of have to do all the details. Or at least focus some details. Like, also what I do here, now I make this in wet paint. Okay? So I go in and that you can see in the classical paintings that people were basically doing wet paint, and then you drag, so you actually creates a physical difference.
It's like a stitch.
Yeah. Or a scar, or whatever a stitch, almost like a stitch. Yeah. And then you can, when you really go into it, you will start adding paint on top of this again. Okay? And now you start to create. Do you see what I mean? That is what you do. I've seen you do it. Yeah. So any more you have for me? Or did this?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, like do you have any routines or things you can do to get in the right mindset to create art? Or if you are struggling with this procrastination, is there something you can do about that?
Yeah, that's a very good question, because I've been struggling with that now. But what I should do, and I told you, is to always put my painting first. Like today, I chose not to go and exercise, but then I managed to throw away a lot of time anyway. So then I wound up in a situation where I feel I didn't get anything done. Okay? But it's better, really, because at least I tried, you know what I mean? I sacrificed something to get started, and that was actually my exercise, because I didn't really need to exercise, but manic as I am, I would choose that because it's easy. Exercise for me is very easy. It's like drinking red wine. So yeah, that is basically what I have to do, but I haven't gotten there yet. I'm working on it. Because I see also as I get older, I work slower, okay? And you do, actually. It goes a little bit slower. because of many things, eyesight, brain. So yeah, I have to. But if there is any. That's a good question. I just try to start, I guess. But I think in the future now, it's to get all my ambitions done. In this lifetime, I really have to make the right choices and right compromises in everything. And so do you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how many ambitions you have, but I have kind of high expectations, of myself, and I'm acting as if, and now I'm very honest, I'm acting like Seneca says in The Shortness of Life. People are acting and throwing away time as if they should have a infinite bank account with time.
Mm.
And time is basically the only thing you can't get back. It's the most precious thing. It's the most precious thing you can give to another person. It's your time. Because you're actually giving your life to that person. When you give that person your time, you're giving that person your life. It's like having a kid, you know. If you have a kid, you are basically giving a big part of your life to that kid. Mm. But then again, I guess it's our best chance for eternal life, so, or no genetic life anyway. Not that it matters when we are dead, so, yeah. So why not do it?
And you can't control what the kids will do if
No,
they
that's
are going
also
to
a
have their
thing.
own
Then
kids.
it disappoint you and it all was all for nothing.
Yeah.
They kill themselves, yeah,
I
great.
made you and you did nothing about
Yeah,
it.
I
Now we
made
are
you.
both
I
going to
used
die.
my life for you to have one, and you throw it away, you moron. That is what my parents should tell me over and over again, and kind of do. But I don't know how true it is actually, and how careless it is not to actually appreciate this a little bit more. Now, we didn't ask to get born, so that is not our problem, okay? We don't really owe our parents anything because we didn't ask to be born. It's like God, okay? I didn't ask God to create me. Now, I don't believe in God, you know that, but if it was true that God created us and then expect us to do everything right or we go to hell, I mean, that is not fair, is it? I didn't ask for this. I can't help it. It's not my fault that you created human beings so fucking fragile. That we prefer a short bus instead of the long bus, like from creative work and good deeds. That we have a brain that leads to self-destruction. And I'm gonna blame us for it? And fuck you, you know. You placed a tree there, it wasn't us. You are not allowed to eat of that tree. You say that to a lot of kids. Sooner or later, a kid is gonna grab a fruit, doesn't he? Anyway, do you learn anything?
directions and brush strokes.
See, now it starts to be in the, it's too lumpy still, but as I go along now I'll start to move these things into the right places. That is why it's almost like the longer you paint on something, the more I would like to get all this plaster correct. Would like to, you know, now I'm getting it into deep, so I would like to go so deep that it's ridiculous, okay? And that is kind of what I would like to do in the future. I would like to use so much time on my paintings that I could actually make huge paintings that was Rembrandt kind of painted with the Vermeer quality and almost photorealistic at the same time, if you know what I mean. And I'm not good enough, sadly, and probably will never become good enough. I could become way better, but then I also have to have this hyper focus. And that I never get tired. Do you get tired when you have been painting a lot? Your brain?
Yeah, sometimes.
But you got to get depressed after?
No.
No. And now I'm putting the answers in your mouth, but then again, you would say yes anyway if you did. So. I've never been depressed because I... Should we call it? Anything more we should cover? Nah. Well, this video will be out on YouTube soon as part of a bigger or longer tutorial about this. And the main tutorial will be there when it's done. So, with this, check out my Patreon, support me, give a thumbs up, leave a comment, tell me what you think, ask me questions.
Yeah.
Yeah? You agree? Yeah. Help my channel grow, so I can afford bigger muscle. Okay. Okay. Have a good one. Okay, there we are. I am actually doing some other last details, but then I see, weirdly, and I don't see this unless I see it in the camera, but apparently this one has to go out a little bit more. Here also, probably the distance between here and here has to go out. It's really hard to see. Maybe I have painted her a little bit more like this. It's quite typical because I'm looking at a photo from this angle, like this. I'm not looking at it straight in. When I'm looking at this, I'm actually looking straight in. There might be a problem with me painting. Actually, when I paint, I'm painting two different perspectives. It's ridiculous. It's typical. And of course, I'm getting close to, kind of getting closer to the end. Of course, I have some stuff left, but it is getting closer. And usually that is when I see stuff like this. and it makes the whole thing pretty annoying, because it seems like I'm not that done after all, you know, and that I have to kind of, yeah, make this a little bit broader. And it's not much either, it's just a couple of, maybe couple of millimeters, that makes the whole difference. But that is the good thing when you paint. You don't see these things until you get really, really deep into it, and you have solved most problems. But then whammy, you get this thrown at you, and kind of comes from the side, and you have to, as a painter, you have to accept in a stoic way that this is a part of the process. And me actually seeing this, that is why it's so important to use a mirror, and also try to see, even seeing the painting between, if I wonder if something's wrong, I should just see it through the film lens, and to get them more, and also a mirror to get that more objective distance to it. But then again, I am getting closer, you know, so I just have to keep banging on and doing all these small adjustments that is necessary to make it become what I want it to become. And yeah. Of course, it brings with it a little bit of extra work and extra agony. But then again, that is what making art is all about, isn't it? The challenge. Yeah. Now I'm trying to, I see all kinds of different small mistakes, and I will start to correct them as I go along now. Small microscopic touches. What is that German guy again? Philip Artist or something like that? That photorealist I like. He is using thin pencils like this on these huge paintings. Hours and hours and hours on end to get to a point where it actually starts to become the model. And that is exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to hang around and do the work. Yeah. Even that glance in the eyes are not placed at the right place. I mean, if I change this just a tiny bit, she gets a tiny bit of different expression. Even where she looks or the light comes in to her eye. And it just has to be a little bit higher. And has to be some blue in it, I see. You know, it's not a point of white, it's kind of a point of some color. It's a little bit too big. But it's more correctly placed. So just tone down. They say that Rembrandt only used black in the pupils to create this infinite depth in the eyes. That might be true. And there. You see I work around it now. I have to do the hair also. And there's so many things actually. When I start looking at it, it just starts growing. I have to give her makeup. Maybe I should let my girlfriend do this work because she is very good with makeup. No girl would have lumps. So I have to put something in between there. Here also. I think I know what. I need something reddish. Maybe Ansarin with some white. In between. Also I think there's some blue. So it's kind of violet. See what I can find. Now I'm actually mixing colors on my palette. But that is just because it's such detail that I need better control. Something I don't have, it seemed like, which is quite annoying. I need to drag this up again. I need to get this down. Like this. It's quite difficult, this shit. Looks a little bit better, maybe. And there's a highlight here with some reddish in it. But anyway, also I'm gonna move on a little bit so I don't mess it up again. I want to expand this. No, I think it's better actually, more natural. Yeah. And then we have these wonderful lips with these spots here. You just can't take white, you have to have some color into it. And then I can actually just put in these lights, and when it dries I can put some color on top of them so that it actually seems like they'll like the light is basically coming from under the flesh. Because lips are so transparent, they are so thin-skinned, that it's almost like the blood underneath that comes through. When the light hits, it's almost like they're going into underneath. Now I can actually hear my girlfriend is coming. I think. So I'm gonna stop now. Just want to paint a little segment. Where was it? No, it seems like maybe it was a neighbor or something. Okay. Yeah. Now also to get this thing here. Kind of goes in. I have to kind of tone it down with some Alsarin. And the lips are very often Alsarin and some blue and some orange. I can see there's some orange. And maybe cadmium or vermillon in the lips underneath here, which makes them kind of come more alive. And there, something happens. I was in New York and looking at some small portraits of Vermeer, and I realized how he was painting it almost like a watercolor, and that is exactly what I'm doing now. I'm kind of basically, now I'm actually mixing medium into it, and I try to create this natural transparent skin, which is really difficult, but that's good. Now this photo is quite yellow. The skin is quite limited in skin tones, so that has also given me some problems, because I tend to like more lighter colors like blue, yellow, light red. And the nuances in this photo is more to the yellow and reddish, or some colors I actually don't know. And that it's more difficult to control them. But that's also a challenge. The best thing to do is not to try, whatever you do, if you don't like the colors, but you like the photo, that you wish it was kind of more like this and more, less yellow, more. Don't try to experiment. Just what you can do is try to change it a little bit on Photoshop. Of course you can take a new photo, but that will not be the same photo. So what I would do is just try to, despite me not loving the yellow hue, I'm trying to stick to it and make the best out of it, okay? So I don't confuse myself even more. Because if I start to try to experiment with making it more this or more like, I would like the colors would be in a in one of my what do you say? Yeah, well, photos with film. I will fail on both ends in a way. I won't be able to do it, and I won't even, and it won't be any of it. It won't be these colors, and it won't be natural. It won't be more natural. So I try to stick, despite me not being overwhelmingly enthusiastic about the hue. I will try to stick to it as best I can and focus on getting it right. Yeah, the customer won't really know that anyway. So, and as long as I actually manage to get close to the subject I'm painting, everything's fine. Yeah, so that was a little bit of face. I will come back to it later and see what happens. Yay! So I'm just gonna make a short video of me painting this rose in this video. Yes, I actually forgot to do much video of that process. Maybe I should make a new rose video where I only paint roses. That might be cool. See, like this. Yeah, you know, I try to get it to come alive, and it's all about finding the right shadows. Also, it's very important to paint in directions here. There's no doubt about that. Like this, and I need some more. I basically here use French ultramarine, alsavine, and blue black to make this as deep as possible in the deep areas. I can see there is some annoying shine actually from. So maybe it's a little bit difficult to see, but that's just how it is. A childhood friend of mine actually just died. He was an artist. His name was Stig Ristesund. He's a Norwegian painter, and he used to be a Odd student, and so weird. I didn't expect him to perish like this. His heart stopped, they say. I know he was smoking, and I warned him. He didn't exercise much, and he was smoking. I think he liked to have himself a beer a little bit maybe too often. But anyway, dying of a heart attack or your heart stopping when you are that young is actually rare. It's like my friend Rune. I have a friend called Rune who died of a heart attack when he was 41. But he really treated his body like it was. So sorry about that. The card was full. That's fun. It's always fun. So what was I talking about? Yeah, my friend Stig and my friend. But anyway, it kind of when these people died. Now Stig was an artist, and he wasted many years on not doing much art, and then he started up again, and then he died. It is very sad, and it's so telling that life, it's like we have to do this memento mori thing every day we wake up, because we never know. And again, my friend Rune came to his demise. Honestly, if you know what I mean, I was on him for years, telling him that he was burning the candle in both ends, but he didn't want to listen. And well, he tried sometimes to start leading a more healthy life, but in the end it was too late, and then he died. And it's so sad. But the same thing with me, I'm wasting so much time on multitasking, and it's almost like there's some evil thing in me that always leads me away from the painting. And when I do this work, even this little insignificant rose, how much does this rose mean in the grandeur of things? It means nothing. But anyway, to me it means so much. Getting this right, fixing this, you know, it really, really means something to me. But I need to use my time on this, on these small nuances here. Just trying to get stuff right, trying to get it to come alive. That is what I want to do. And if I wait too long, it's going to be like Stig. I'm dead and I can't do it. I don't have any more days to do it. Memento mori, as they say. And yeah. So if this should actually remind me of anything, his death, it is actually getting my shit together. I guess it's my girlfriend who sent me a message. She's coming here, so I'm gonna close down this now. I'm gonna do one more filming on this later. So, let's see what happens. Okay. So, I've been working more with this. So it has been a little bit too bright there, but also had dried, so I just need to glaze in some more shadows over the eye. And there's also many other things I need to do, so we're just gonna bang on here for a while and try to get it right. I just do some kind of micro glazing now. I just try to kind of get this back on track again here. See, the difficult thing is that I feel that this is more in the greenish, or I can't really decide what color the shadow is. And I think it's also due to I'm having problems actually judging what color is in the lighter areas. So there's some problems here that is quite difficult. The level of the problems, there was also kind of a level, because as you paint, the level of the problems becomes kind of more and more complex. Like here I need more texture, I need more skin tone in a way, and I had actually done it too bright, so now I just glazed it down, and it is just to get it to be natural, and it takes time. It really takes time. It's not done in a heartbeat. So because when you cross over from what is more sketchy to what is when you get into more of the photorealistic or more realistic painting, it becomes more and more difficult. There is no doubt about it. You have to add in more and more subtle details. Now I'm going to scrape. Maybe that's the better thing to do. Now I'm using this one. It's kind of a tool for burrowing to wood. But I like this sharp edge here to shaping with. And that too, you kind of just have to find the tools that works for you. Try to do the best you can. One of the problems I see very often is that my paintings can tend to be a little bit stuffed. I do paint on them for so long that I lose kind of some of that natural dynamic in them. And to get that back, it can be, instead of adding more paint, it can be better to actually go in and start removing paints or getting things down underneath back up again. Because adding all the time is not, will not necessarily manifest in progress, you know. It's it can be stuffed, and then when it starts to become stuffed, it doesn't feel natural anymore. And personally, I really hate when paintings doesn't feel natural. I think it's the worst thing. It's almost like breaking the holy covenant with the old masters. You are kind of not living up to your ideals. But then again, now she has one blue eye and one green, and that can't be right, so I need to add in some green into the blue, and then maybe some black. Ooh, it's so hard. It's the worst thing to finish these things. Everything. Because maybe, I wonder if she has actually blue eyes. I don't really know, because I think she has green eyes. It looks like she has green eyes. And in darkness, green eyes can easily look more blue. Also, my pupil is way too big. It actually looks like she's using MDMA or something. So I need to get that under control also. I can choose to tone down this a little bit. Yeah, I think that was better. And then bring it up a little bit. But it kind of stiffens up, and I just hate it, you know. But I think I'm going to be able to solve it in the end, you know. Usually I do. What happens now is that I'm actually getting into this manic thing, so it's very hard for me to see where to go. And I need to get these things right also, so it doesn't look so, you know, it's very sharp, because it's the photo is taken with digital, and I think when you take with, I love actually like more to take photos with my tungsten film, with a 6-7 camera, because it becomes more the textures and the colors becomes way more natural. Whatever you do, never take pictures of a girl with makeup on. That is a big mistake, because if she has a lot of... I think this girl had some makeup on. I actually asked her to remove it, but maybe also she didn't remove enough, so her skin tones became very flat. And that is so strange with girls, actually. I never understood why girls tend to want to flatten out their skin tones. It's so much more beautiful when they have the natural skin tones. Maybe some makeup around there, maybe a little bit of kind of subdued lipstick and stuff, but don't pour in a lot of kind of foundation and cover up your skin. There are actually girls who have freckles. I think that is probably one of the sweetest things I know. And they're actually covering up their freckles. It is like when girls... I'm talking a lot about girls here, of course, because that's what I'm painting. Where did that knife thing go away? Where did I put it? Put it in my hand? Yeah. It's like when red-headed girls dye their hair black or dark or I mean, they can actually easily be blondes, but when they dye it black, it just looks so fake, you know. And red hair is basically one of the most rarest things on the planet. So yeah. And makeup also. I mean, a beautiful girl don't even need makeup. She is maybe people who are a little bit less aren't that pretty could maybe benefit from some makeup, but most girls who have a natural symmetric face would actually not need it. So yeah, that is my opinion about the makeup and stuff, and I really don't like it. Now it becomes a little bit more natural, and I can also see that I have to do a lot of stuff with that pupil. Oh, there's so much to do here to get it exactly on point. So many things, the lights in here, how dark is it there? It's really tough. You know, I had this discussion today about, actually it was me having a monologue, but I was talking about an ex-girlfriend of mine who was many years ago now. I taught her a little bit how to paint, and she kind of chose to start making more sketchy stuff, and I think it was basically because she couldn't handle going into depth, because when you go deep, that is when the problems appear. That is when your skill wall hits you like a freight train. And if you can create some style, they call it style. It's not that she chose this style. Well, she didn't choose that style. She found something that she could sell as a style, which was very unproblematic. I sound bitter now, but there's no bad blonde hair at all. She could have told people that I was the one who actually taught her how to paint, but people who have a lot of insecurity and hubris, they wouldn't do that because they have so much to lose. They say, "Oh, well, I taught myself to paint." No, you didn't. Well, everybody teaches themselves to paint. So did I. Well, I didn't go to any school to learn how to paint or stuff like this. School I went to was a art school, which just was about art. And we learned a little bit about everything in a way. I mean, standing around and learning to paint, learning to get these eyes right, is a process I've done by myself, by looking at old paintings and trying to kind of learn on the job, as they say. But if you're not willing to stand around and do the dirty job, you will basically never reach that next level, or you probably won't, you might not even reach the next level. And when I talk about that, I say like becoming or start to reaching the classics. Not becoming as good as them, but at least come within reach. And to do that, you have to do a lot of painful, grueling work. You have to be extremely patient, and you have to stand your ground. And most people, if you have insecurities and if you are painting for the wrong reasons, maybe it is because you want to have attention, maybe it is because you want to earn money, maybe it's like a guy I knew. He told me he was actually doing it basically because he could get them girls. And of course, if you are that type, you might take some very quick fixes or very easy way out by creating some style that is very easy to do. And the public, if you can actually talk the talk and things are very relative, you actually will get away with it. You will start selling. So yeah. So it kind of pisses me off that people get away with so little when other people who are really trying very, very hard is doing so much, you know, or doing so much work, grueling work. Anyway, my girlfriend is coming now, so see you later. Okay, here we are again. I am working with this. Now I could actually see that the chin is a little bit too far down. It's always these small things that I just keep banging on about, and I become more and more entangled into my manicness of getting it better and better and better. And yeah, it's really hard. And now I start to see stuff I didn't see a while ago, because it tends to kind of grow as I go along. The detail now, I'm almost getting into this realm of photorealism. And yeah, it's strange, because now I'm actually starting to see an even greater potential in it, and it's quite frustrating, but I will make it happen, you know. I will work on it until I'm pleased with it. Most people would say it's good enough, and I might even agree. I'm going to do a little bit on the face now, and then I'm going to move to doing all the things around, finish the texture in the background, the flowers and everything, and then I go back to it. When I'm done with that, I'm going back to it with a little touch-up. Do some very, very, very tiny details and get it to that third level, second level, or whatever you want to call it. So many things that has to fall into place here. You see the shape underneath here is so important, because you have this light coming underneath and it shoots up, and it explains a lot about the shape. But I have basically done the shadow a little bit wrong, and that leads to the shape being a little bit wrong. Yeah, I just have to figure it out. You know, it's just that thing, the never-ending story. Da, 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 da. Yes. So, also the eyes, the green, and the shape of the eyes. You know, it's so subtle. The closer I get to, you know, the further I go into it, I see that the best photorealist is actually a very good painter. The slow, beautiful progress we have. You know, this meditative state, going deep into this. It's not easy. I think something nice happened there actually. It's almost like I got some kind of transparent. Yeah. There's also some reddish in that eye. I think I want to start spending way more time on every single painting and try to go into this Vermeer type of paintedness. As I see, it's all about the time, or not all about, of course the skill is very important, and I have a lot to learn when it comes to the skill. But when I see how I can actually slowly, very slowly, gradually work myself deeper, even when I think that I've reached my skill wall and can't really get any deeper, or I can't get better, and I just keep on working, I incrementally comes closer and closer and closer to the photo. And because as you can see now, I'm using this very, very small pencil to try to kind of figure out a way to get all these small details in. This kind of tiny wrinkle under her eye here. The problem also when you look at that little, not wrinkle, it's not, I call it a wrinkle. When I look at a wrinkle, it seems so strong. But if you take a step back, you don't see it much. So you can't just put in a line. You have to figure out a way to make it be there, but at the same time just disappear, so it doesn't take over and becomes too sharp. So yeah, that is what I need to do. Maybe like this. There are also a small shadow coming from her, what is called her eyelashes. So, and I guess the shadow comes from there and down there. It's not something sticking out here. There are some small, tiny hairs there too. But it's actually the hair. I actually saw this now. I actually thought the shadows came from something sticking out there, but I think it's more that it comes from up here. And of course, doing work like this is very time consuming. It's not done in a second. But that is some of the charm, you know. When I start doing this every day, or trying to do it every day, I just fall into my Zen, the Zen state, and I just feel so happy. It's just a perfect way. I can't say that too many times. It's just a perfect way of being. Such a perfect day. Oh, that song. Maybe a little bit longer in here. Because her face is a little bit more like this. Also, it's almost like because since I'm looking at it from the side, I paint what I see on the side. So when I go over here, I can see that this face is actually a little bit broader than I painted it, because the perspective. So maybe it's also important to have one here so I see it straight on. But it's the things like that, you know, it's not easy to predict. And you correct these things as you go along, you know, that is also some of the things you do. You see that, oh shit, yeah, I have to work more with that. Also making the lip here disappear, so it doesn't look kind of fake. Also up here, very difficult to create this kind of making this lip up here disappear in the right way. You just have to kind of touch and find the right hue, and yeah. So the lips kind of just glides in. Right now they are a little bit too drawn, a little too much lip symbol. We have to avoid these symbols with stuff. You know? It's really bad when it's symbols. Yes. Like this. So difficult, and it's so amazing doing this work. Even if it just has to have this as a hobby, I would really recommend that you start doing it, you know, even if you don't. It will take you a few years to get to my level. And will take even more years to become type of Rembrandt type of level. If you're young, it's great because then you have a lot of time. If I would have any regrets in my life, is that I wasted so much time on partying and stuff and wasting money and stuff. if I knew that time would just disappear so fast, I would have used it better, you know, because there's so many things that I would like to do, so many paintings, so many things. So yeah, I'm going to work a little bit more underneath here. So I'm just gonna keep on bang on a little bit about this. Maybe I just move now to more into the flower. I'm gonna do one of the okay, you can see that now. There's a flower here, so I'm gonna paint. So I'm just gonna do that, and yeah, and paint more around the whole thing. At least it started to look like her now, so that should be. So here we are. I let it kind of sink in for a little while, not dry, but maybe just sink a little bit more into the paint. Then I take my French ultramarine deep and some alizarin, and I just take my medium, which is 70% terp and 30% linseed oil, kind of. And I just mix it together into this bluish glaze, which I just put on top. It became a little bit too violet actually, but it doesn't really matter that much. Maybe it should be a little bit more blue. But what happens now is that the glaze is actually just falling into the textures, and the Retouching kind of mixes also now into the glaze and make it so it doesn't become so slippery. Because if I only use the glaze and some, it actually becomes very slippery, too oily, and I get into some problems of not actually getting the new brushwork or colors to stick. It just becomes a little bit slippery, and that is very annoying. So yeah, that is why I have the Retouching Varnish. Also, I use the Retouching Varnish on the painting when it has dried properly after the last layer. But for now, I just put this in here. Now it's my telephone that is ringing. Just let it ring a little bit because I have a clock on. Well, now what I do, I just scrape away. As you can see now, all the textures are kind of getting revealed again. And this way I also removed some of the oil. And I let this sink in for a few minutes, 10 minutes maybe, and then I start painting on top. And then what happens then is that the paint that is now on, the oil that is now on the surface, and the color in the glaze will then mix into the new brushwork I put in, and I get kind of a fresh start to work on. So that is what I do. Okay, and then I just start painting soon, and we'll see what happens. Yay, cool. Okay, here we go. So just scrape a little bit more. It has now dried for a little while. And then try to get more textures out of it. Even it out a little bit. As you can see, the paint is still, or the colors are still here, but inside, more inside the textures. It has been very hard for me to actually see how the different textures work, or the different color, how to make the different colors in this. It's kind of almost like she falls in, but are also pulled out, if you know what I mean. So I have to balance this. In a way, I have to balance how dark it is here compared to here. And I actually do think that, yeah, this is brighter than this. So, yeah. I just have to kind of work with it and take it as it comes in many ways. I want to even it out a little bit, so I'm going to be very careful. Also, I need my glasses, so I'm going to fetch them. It's quite annoying actually having to use glasses, but it's, well, I guess it's a part of the aging process. That's my hypothesis when it comes to Rembrandt, that his paintings became more and more painted as he lost his eyesight. He became more and more an impressionist and didn't actually see all of his brushwork. But that is, as I say, just my hypothesis. So, yeah. Here too. I almost feel like I could just leave it like this, because it gives kind of the right, some of the right textures that I was after. But then again, I can actually paint some more on it, and also maybe glaze one more time if it should be necessary. Yeah. Let's see what happens. Hopefully. I will, of course, use a glaze in the end also. Before I put on the last layer of Varnish, to get the newest textures up. But it's like I want to come closer and closer to yeah, you see. When I do it now, I try to keep my hand very light. I don't want to kind of. I don't want it to become. What do I call it in English? I don't want it to become cluttered up. Yeah, that's the right word. The colors I add in now and textures has to be very controlled, kept down in a way, so I don't ruin or kind of cluds it up so you don't see the textures underneath. That's very important. Yeah. So that too, when you do paintings like this, you have to not just think about the hue, think about the colors, you have to think about how it feels. How does it feel like there is textures in the background? Does it feel like this actually is a real plastered wall, or is it just paint? You know, is it just a surface? And you have to kind of try to paint the same. Should we say the same physical properties as the wall actually has. yeah. It's kind of bumpy, painted wall over concrete, so it gets this kind of what would you say, lumpy surface. I also wanted to kind of even it out so it doesn't look like, so it kind of looks the same, but I also keep that I can link the whole wall together at the same time as it gets darker and darker as I progress out. And I think I'm gonna have a little bit more light behind here also, maybe even more light there, because now it kind of, this is a little bit too bright compared to the background, so I'll go back and forth with this. And now I have also the glaze kind of coming in, also getting into the surface, which is a very good thing, into the new brushwork. That gives it quite a natural feel to it. There's also small spots, you know, which gives it a little bit natural feel to it, I think. So yeah, this is what I'm going to do today. I'm gonna, at least for a few hours, I'm just gonna keep on adding and subtracting textures in the background, even it out, getting it to become natural, more and more natural. Also, I need to get the hair, but that is maybe some of the last things I actually do. I need to get these two things together in a way without it becoming too stuffed. So yeah, that is, I won't put in any thick layers here anymore. That is totally unnecessary. I'm just gonna work with the whole textures and also the hair, because there are some how is this? Worked. What's that sound? I think it comes from the outside actually. Now there are more shadows here, as you can see. Now I keep this brighter and I just add in some paint inside there, so now it actually looks like the hairs on top. Also I can add in a little bit, maybe a little bit more color, so to the hair, right there, and it will seem like kind of, now you see they're coming quite close, so they are kind of gliding into one another in a more natural way. Also there is a thin hair coming down like this. That was the wrong color, I had too much black in it. So I have to do that again. It's not an easy task, this, but it's a great gratification and I will just put on some music and I will just keep banging on for a few hours and evolve it. That is what I will do. Okay, yeah. See you later, alligator. So, I've been working with it for a few hours now, and I sincerely think it's starting to become quite nice. I can see when I look at the photo, now standing beside it, it's not that easy to see, but when I look at the photo, I can see that the painting is more bluish, or in a different kind of blue than a photo. The photo is a little bit more greenish, almost like in here. But then, so I'm just gonna work a little bit more to get it a little bit more greenish. I forgot my glasses again, of course. So here, I don't want it, because it's kind of course it's silly, there's no dirty colors in the print. You can only mess up colors if you mix them physically. The computer or the printer doesn't mix shitty colors, so, but I need to get down this, it's too much violet, not violence, violet, so I need a little bit more yellow in it, and then I will build some more textures. So it worked all over the place now, and it's starting to become kind of quite good harmony, actually. It's a good thing. And I will just work with this now. I'm going to work here, I'm going to go through everything, background, this, everything, and I'm going to just keep on working until tomorrow morning, and hopefully, maybe, I could say, well, it's almost finished. Tomorrow morning, I might say it's almost finished. I even dropped my exercise regime today because I feel I haven't been doing enough lately, and I have to start working in the morning, from morning, and do my exercise in my spare time. Also, I have a girlfriend, so I need to have room for her, and that's one of the reasons why I need to change my schedule. Having a girlfriend is giving away some of your time to another person. Kind of, if you have children, you need to, if you're gonna have a good schedule or have time for your art, and you're gonna have somebody in your life, children or girlfriend or whatever, boyfriend or whatever you have, you need to schedule your work time so you get your art done, and then you have time for leisure or pleasure with your spouse or your friends or your children or whatever. So that's what I'm trying to do now, actually getting it better. I were in prison for a year, and I managed to work as a carpenter and a painter there for a year. I was getting up in the morning and I worked all day in that shop, and then I did my own art in the evenings, drawing and painting a little bit and writing and stuff, and I was so creative. And that is basically what I have to do. I have to go back to that schedule. So, yeah. Even in prison I didn't exercise every day. I had 4 days a week. And I maybe think that would be enough even here. Now what hell did I do now? I put in way too much green and it became totally wrong. So more Prussian. Did I use some? Yeah, I think I took the Prussian blue instead of the black, so it became a little bit more. There you see, it became almost like a hole. That is what happens when you get the raw colors. The colors needs to fit together. And, yeah. It's too green still. Too yellow. So annoying. Fuck this up. It was nice there actually. I need to get it more neutral. Maybe some black. Maybe I should try to use some ivory black here actually to basically tone it down more. That could be it. So so much chaos. Just a little. Okay, now it's getting better, I think. This. Maybe that was better. I need to bring it back up again with some greenish, yellowish thing. The thing is to make this background just kind of come together. And also the glaze I put on is very helpful. It really mixes into the new paint and also it makes it dry quite fast, because usually I don't blend so much oil into the paint on the palette. I let it mix basically on the canvas like this. Try to try to keep it open. There's kind of a line going here. There was probably some wood, yeah, I had some wood here behind, and I kind of left this very tiny stripe of difference in the wall. So that is what I'm trying to kind of get done now. I'm very glad I chose to stay home and work, because if I did only, or maybe I would only get in a few hours of painting, and I need to have at least 8 hours, maybe 10 hours a day where I do my artwork and then use the rest on exercise, being social and stuff. Maybe, yeah. Or I won't be able to reach my ambitions, and it would be horrible not to see my ambitions being manifested before I die. It would be a horrific way to go, not having reached some goals. You know, when you get into my age, I'm 56, I just a childhood friend of mine, who weren't that close anymore, but he just died of a heart attack, or heart death as they did say. And that's kind of, he was 53 years old, and that is way too young. So maybe I mentioned that before in this video or this lecture, but I was kind of starting to panic a little bit when it comes to not reaching a point where you die, but a point where you, what should we say, a point where you realize that you won't be able to reach your ambitions. Now I have so many books in my head also, so I really need to start just doing it, you know. Don't stop thinking about the things, just go do them. That's the problem with me. I always think about it, then I thought about it now, so utsette to the next day, and you keep pushing it in front of you, and suddenly 10 years has passed, you know. 10 years since I had my best exhibition, and it's horrific, you know. It's more than 10 years actually, it's bloody well 14 years ago, and it feels like yesterday. 14 years, boom. Life is short, there's no doubt about that. I learned a lot these last 10 years, of course, and that's very good. I really got to know myself. I was forced to face reality, face the error of my ways. So yeah. Anyway, if you can see here, I'm just touching. I'm trying to make it natural. And natural means that things flow into one another, that nothing seems to be stiff. You just try to keep the brushwork open. Always hardening the fucking colors. And try to open it up. Here too. You know, here is quite difficult because it's so loose, you know. You just have to use all kinds of methods, like scraping into it like this, so that it looks like some of the background actually creates the hairs. Like this. Keep it open. The shadow is way too hard, but I will work myself this way now, and I have a lot more to do here, just to make it, this one is smaller. That is the kind of stuff that I kind of see when I work, start seeing stuff. And this is just a lump of cement, but I think it's important as a contrast. I've loosened up the hair, and maybe I'll do a little bit more of that. Just gonna find this very small pencil. Typical me to ruin pencils. I'm not washing them in time, and then they turn to shit. Yeah. There, yes. Just make this fall in. Now I need it to be more reddish, maybe a little bit yellowish. No, has to be colorless, kind of yellow maybe, reddish yellow. Not too much color. There's a little bit up here. Some points of light. It's a very nice point of light here. And here, but I've done that before. So now you can see me move a little bit all over the place. And then some lights here, and like this, light areas. I might put some colors into that again. I do not work statically like some artists do. I tend to just go with the flow and hope for the best. I'm kind of learning. I still learn on the job, as I say. Still learn from my mistakes. And there's a lot of them, and I'm very glad that most people wouldn't be able to recognize them anyway. So. Here. I think it's becoming quite nice, and yeah. If I dampen this shadow now, it works with this here. I think I'm actually start getting closer to me being able to say goodbye to this one, which would feel very great because I spend so much time on it now. And one of the reasons is probably because it's a commissioned work, and a commissioned work is always more difficult than if you paint something for yourself, or just you paint something that isn't personal, that doesn't have anyone who, it's kind of prestationsangst. It's almost like sex when you are afraid to fail. You are afraid to fail because you're afraid of kind of not being good enough. So to me, painting is like making love in a way. It's something that if I should use a stupid word called identity, I think painting probably is such a big part of my identity, a thing that actually matters to me. Because not many things, like people talk about where they're from and all kinds of stuff. I'm from Norway, but I don't care much about, well, I would say I'm not a patriot in any sense of the word. I don't even understand nationalism. It's not a thing for me. So I base my identity on how I succeed with the things that I find interesting, or my thoughts, or stuff like that. So it becomes like some prestationsangst, or anxiety not to become good enough, or in the connection with the customer or the people who's going to have it. So it's not easy. Also, you have your own. I have my own objective standards, like the best artist that ever lived. And of course I know I can't never reach their level, but it is like I actually see what made their painting so great, and when I can't really I can't reach it, it's quite hard. But then again, it's the driving force. If you don't have a objective standard which is better than you have nothing to stretch against. It's like it's like a guy I used to know that used to drink a lot and use some drugs, and he said, well, every time he took a step down the ladder and became worse, he said, well, at least I'm not using heroin, or at least I don't snort glue or whatever. He always took a step down to find an objective standard that were lower than him, instead of looking at the people who were actually doing great. And in the end he figured out to stop looking down to make himself feel good, but try to turn it around and finding some inner peace maybe, and tried, and he actually did. It's a few years since I met him now, but last time he had quit drinking and quit drugs and had some kids and doing his career in music. He moved to Denmark. So that's good. I don't know, maybe back on the wagon or maybe went back to it. But anyway, it's like you just have to find yourself some standard that tells you what level you're actually on. Gives you the necessary doubt so you don't become a typical artist also. I probably said this a gazillion times, so yeah. Anyway, it's probably quite boring. Me going back and forth with these Nyanses. So I'm gonna turn it off and put it back on when I do something more close up and more interesting for you. Okay. Yeah, I have been working with the whole thing now for a while and it's starting to fall into place. There might be some small things I have to do here. Maybe it's actually the face that is a little bit too long. It's so many different things that it's very hard to see. But I'm gonna do some more work on the cloth here now. So I'm just gonna zoom a little bit in so you can see what I'm doing. Maybe even a little bit more. Take it up a notch, like this. Yeah, maybe that's more like it. And my brushes, of course. Just see what I have. Yeah, I think that should do it for now. So strange to have glasses on already. Yeah. So now there's a lot of small details. I'm also gonna hang this one up so we can get a better look at it. So what can I do? How far can I go? Now, that's a good question, because you can just, as I said before in this, you can just keep on going, basically indefinitely, and yeah, I'll get this little mark here. Now I'm just glazing this in quite loosely. I guess it's some kind of it's Gant. I guess it's an American mark. I just put it in here. I think that placement is maybe not 100%. Actually, the perspective goes more down like this, and it's very typical to trick oneself into believing. When it comes to perspective, it's actually quite difficult to see, because you have so many symbols in your head that tells you the wrong thing. So that can sometimes be a problem. But you just have to kind of keep on it. So I'm going to write in Gant, just for fun, in blue. Very Gant. Can't really see it now. I'm gonna make it more later. I'm not, as I said before, I'm not a photorealist, so a photorealist would start out there's a guy and T, yeah, count. A photorealist would not start with all the brushwork that I start with, because it gets in the way later. So no. Or if a person is a photorealist, he has to be extremely focused from the start with the drawing and the amount of paint he puts in. And I'm gonna have this commission now, which is more like a photo of some girls sitting on an old Canon actually, but it's not the typical thing I would do, but I know what kind of approach I need to have to get it right. I need to slow down the painting process, to crawl and use a lot of time just focus and getting it right. It sounds like I don't usually do that. Of course I do that, but when it comes to this, it's so, and also it's not a big format. It's 2 figures, 2 sisters, and the format is going to be 50.60, which is for me a very, I thought, I was telling the customer that it should have been bigger, at least maybe 60.70 or 70.80 centimeters, because that would give me a little bit more wiggling room with details in the faces and stuff. But then again, it's a great challenge because it's the faces will be so small that I has to go in like a surgeon with small pencils. So it's going to be a challenge. But in that I have to be very careful in the sketching process. Now the guy really don't want me to put it out on my social media. He's actually one of the guards in the prison I was in, and he's a very nice guy, and he loved my paintings, and he ordered this painting from me, but he felt it was kind of maybe the ethics of it, you know, because of his work and stuff. But then again, I'll make one anyway, probably. At least for my Patreon, I will make a Patreon only video of the process. That could be interesting because I haven't actually posted any Patreon only videos yet. Anyway, let's see what happens. But this is also difficult because it's so important to get the right colors up against each other here. Been doing this for such a long time now that almost the problem I can see now when I come to this point is I kind of didn't plan for it to even go this realistic, but as I have been painting on this, I have wanted it to be kind of just gone deeper and deeper, and now I can see how much of the underpaint actually some places becomes a problem. because I didn't plan it good enough. So yeah, I'm gonna take that with me to my next paintings now and be a little bit more careful and plan a little bit more when I do the sketching process, so that I don't gonna get into these problems anymore. Yeah, it's just kind of a, not just a, it's also a kind of a waste of paint. And what happens is that when it becomes too much texture in the wrong places, I can't really get that. It gets harder to get that subtle result that I want, and it's quite annoying. But then again, I have a problem by deciding what kind of painting I'm actually doing. Maybe that's due to I'm not having education. I don't have a classical education. So here we are. I'm building shadows and textures. As you can see, I can now see that probably it's something happens with the camera with the blue. It becomes more blue. I should push it down a bit, but there is a different reaction, as I said before, from the photo on the paint in my camera. The colors here becomes more vivid, or more some stupid thing to say, acidic. More, maybe I should just push them down with some more blue black. I see there's a nice glaze here actually. Push it back a little bit. The blue black is, as to say, it's blue black. It's not really, it's more, I would say, it is more again into blue than the ivory black, which has a more earthy, warmer tone to it. But so I prefer to use this. As I said before, it's very difficult to use both of them, especially in shadows and stuff like that, because they kind of collide a little bit. So yeah, I think maybe I painted the rose a little bit too big, and there should be maybe even more distance. Maybe this should have been a little bit higher up. It's such a small thing. I'm gonna leave it as it is. I think maybe I should push it a little bit further up like this. Then I go in with a, as I said, a blue black, and I just, and there are also other colors in that blue black. A little bit of Alsarin, French ultramarine. So yeah, and I can see that this one has to go. Now I used Alsarin here a little bit to get more color into it, like this, and then I have to use the violet looking color French ultramarine to even it out a little bit. Some blue black to give it that shadow that goes a little bit in here, and the highlights here. The roses, But when I look at it in a mirror, it seems a little bit bigger. I usually take my mirror and I just look at the painting and the photo at the same time. So I can actually see that I probably painted the rose a little bit bigger. And when we do stuff like that, it's very easy to think that something's wrong, which it of course is. I can now see that I should have this even a little bit higher. So annoying, you know. You think you're... And these are things I start to see when I kind of get a little bit deeper into it. When I think I'm starting to get to the finish line, and then stuff like this appear, and I need to start to change stuff a little bit. I could just leave it that way actually, because the mistake isn't so big that it disrupts the proportions or the whole painting. But I am a little manic, to put it mildly, so I kind of like it to be close to what I'm actually painting. It's a little bit more slender. And also darker, the colors of the rose. I'm going to try to do that to get it down in hue. Maybe glaze a little bit over here, so it comes a little bit deeper. Yeah. So many small things, you know. You can keep on working with stuff like this, basically for infinity. Not infinity, but you know what I mean. It's very hard to actually know when to stop. So yeah. Push this down too. So there's okay. Also gonna put in a shadow underneath here, because there's a shadow falling on her shirt here, side here. And it's of course is deeper here than there, so now things to do all over the place actually. It's a sad fact that I am a very meticulous and very self-critical painter, and I want things to be better than I can possibly make it, because my skill. As I told you many times before, I have the skill wall and I keep on meeting it. Meeting myself in the door, isn't that what I say? Saying, hey, you're not good enough. Now it's more about the textures and not making it stuffed. Trying to keep it open, more fluid, and getting the drawing quite right. Guess that is. There's actually some stripes in this shirt, but I'm not gonna go there. Okay, that will take me half a year, and there are limits to my skill. So some more blue. Also use, I don't use that so much. You don't use cobalt so much. It is usually French ultramarine that I use the most, and of course Prussian blue. They complement each other very good, very nicely. But anyway, I just wanted to become a little bit fluid and that it feels more natural. It's the only thing I want, really. I was talking to my girlfriend tonight and she told me she'd been writing about all the grief she had before, how it was a waste of time, but I disagree. I think the worst times of our lives we learn the most, and falling is never a waste. I think it's a necessity. Most people want to experience that deep fall, I think, before they get some cancer diagnosis or something, which shakes them out of the bubble. So I think when you fall and you experience deep sorrow or something like that, you basically have a precursor of an edible catastrophe. That deep sorrow is actually maybe even the kind of sorrow you will feel when you get a message you're going to go. It's your time. You are not going to be around for much longer. And maybe that being able to have some profound sadness, even feeling that life isn't worth living, is a good way to, it's a good exercise for tackling the inedible, or what's going to happen in the future. The loss of one's own life is one thing, but also the loss of parents, loss of everything, really. Yeah, I don't know, I have no idea why to start talking about that. It's a digression. But I don't regret anything, you know. I don't think anything was a waste of time. So, embrace your tragedy as the best thing. As one of the Stoics did say, but right before he was going to be executed, he said, well, now he should take it as a learning experience, and now finally he would find out if there actually were an afterlife, you know. So, well, I'm gonna find out, or not. Now, if you don't find out and there's nothing, that is not really a problem, is it? As Rusholdt did say, I was dead for billions of years before I was born, and I suffered no inconvenience. The sad thing is to leave this party, of course, but it's on my schedule. Anyway, that was about life and death. I should have been talking about painting and the rose and the shadows. The thing I do here is just keep on painting, and I try to just build on I just kind of paint, then I see another mistake and another mistake and another mistake, and just keep on correcting on every level, both hue, both, yeah, all kinds of things, you know. There should be one more of these. This one is smaller, and which means I have to change the whole thing. Things like these are what happens when you sketch too fast and you don't actually use your you don't actually see, but you don't just bang on, and you think things will fall into the right place all by itself, and they probably don't. You have to focus, and you have to, there it's better, and you have to adjust and adjust and adjust until it's correct. So, yeah, it will become better. More, yeah, it looks more like a rose actually. Anyway, I will just keep banging on now because I think this video has become very long anyway. So, see you in the next section. Okay, there we are. I'm trying to go in here and do the last touch-up of this. I kind of met my skill wall, which I talk about a lot in my videos. It is when I actually reach a point where my skill just isn't good enough to to make things or to figure out what to do. And it is a nauseating place to be because I keep going back and forth and back and forth and trying to see, because there's something I noticed I might also be shadows actually. It doesn't have to be the painting itself, it can be shadows, like here it's kind of darker than there. So I'm gonna try to take some micro glazing now with my French ultramarine and Alsarin, and just take a glaze and try to tone it down a bit here and see what happens. Maybe that will give the right sculptural thing I'm after. Because it can be such small things that decide, yeah, I might be onto something here. Also I have to do it here. I call this micro glazing. It's my own word, I haven't heard it anywhere. But it's when you go in and you just try to push down different things. I actually have a clear memory of, I was in the studio of the Norwegian painter Odd Nerdrum in the beginning of the 1990s, looking at him when he was painting, and he had this very nice painting done and he was glazing, and I said, I think you forgot a spot, because I could see that it kind of sticked out more than the other things. And he said, yeah, he said. Then he did that glaze and the thing fell into where it should be. And it's the same thing with this. What makes it so hard is that the nuances are so small, then it's so small things that actually decide if it's good or bad, you know, if you have kind of reached that point. It's really difficult, this. It's not easy. I've been working like crazy on this painting. I just kind of want to make sure that it actually looks like her. It looks like her, of course it does. I know it looks like her. But I wanted to be a very nice and almost perfect rendition of her. And when you have this problem with not being actually good enough, and also I don't really know what I'm looking for, in a way. It's just a feeling of softness and that it feels natural, that it's not forced. It is stuff like that I'm actually looking for. This can be really difficult. I feel like I actually now, when I did some of the shadow work here, I think actually maybe hit the jackpot. The danger then is that you start seeing other things and suddenly you go off into la la land, where you do a little bit too much somewhere and you kind of just lose sight of it, and then you have to kind of do it all over again. You see now, glaze here to get all the shadows and stuff out, and I usually I kind of squint my eyes a lot to kind of find the right thing. If you squint your eyes, you kind of reduce the light that you let in, and it's kind of easier to see small mistakes and shadows and where they should lay. Yeah, like here. Should be darker here. See now. Here. So this one. As we kind of go underneath. Yeah, my glasses is actually too not clean enough for this work actually. Give it a little bit of a touch here, get some more space, like this. Now I can't actually put on the glaze either, so I have to wait until it has dried a bit before I can throw in more colors. Yeah. That was better, actually. I think I'm closing in now. That's nice. I'm nervous, you know. You become nervous because it's so easy to screw it up. Do a little bit too much, a little bit too little, and then boom! You're off to La La Land. You have to do it all over again. Yeah. Even it out a little bit. Nice thing now is that it has to look like the, as I said in a former clip, that the light comes from underneath. It's almost like this transparent color or light coming from underneath the skin. Yeah, in a way, very difficult. Yeah, I'm getting, that's also a problem. It's quite, it's wet here because I've been painting so much. So yeah, see now. See. Trying to find some right here. It has to be a little bit more yellow. I'm glad actually. I'm an idealist when it comes to painting. It's like it's not about money or stuff. It is about the paint, and of course, that is why every painting takes quite some time, because I'm not thinking how many hours I use, or you know, I'm not here to save. I'm not saving money on time spent on every object. I want every object to be at least as good as I can with the skill that I have at the moment. So yeah, there's a lot of symbols in here, you know, it's not everything that is perfect, but it's not that bad either. Remove some of the glaze. Instead of adding more color, I just try to remove some of it. But I see that I need to add some more. Here, more blue. Yeah, that was nice. Yeah, that was good. That wasn't bad. I kind of empathize with Vermeer when I look at Vermeer's paintings. The intensity of his work, the depth of his detail, and the time he must have used on those paintings is just amazing. So yeah. It's not perfect actually. She has a little bit on ear, up here. Just gonna put in a small highlight in it. I'll squint a little bit and just touch so it doesn't take over. Fuck, I got a lot of paint on my... So this is what I'm doing now. I'm just kind of trying to figure out what to do. Yeah. And I will do that for a few hours in here. And maybe make another... Maybe I make another... segment from the face later. I have to concentrate, and it's actually not that easy to concentrate when I this level. When I come to this level, it isn't easy to concentrate when I talk, actually. yeah. Then I prefer some music or to silence and just trying to get it right. Yeah. Also need a distance. Well, that was 16 minutes. I don't know. Maybe something's wrong. Also remember, the painting acts differently than the photo. There are some discrepancies here, but it's very hard to see. Anyway, see ya. Okay, today I'm doing a last touch-up, or maybe a last touch-up. It's never easy to say, but I noticed that there might be some different things I can do here. I'm just gonna touch and do very slow work. I haven't put on any glazing or anything. I just wanna slowly work towards giving it a little bit more shape. I thought it kind of lacked some shape around here, kind of the fullness of the cheek. So that is what I'm doing today. I thought for a little while there that it was finished, but I felt it needed more work. And I'm just gonna try not to overdo it and just go into deeper detail here. Also there are things in a little bit more light in the eye, different small things. I can see that the colors in this painting are quite yellow. It's because of basically because of the photo is quite yellow, and I guess I just have to live with that. It's time to finish some work. I have quite a big exhibition coming up also, so I just need to focus first on doing some commission work done, and then my exhibition. Very important to clean the room, as they say. Now, what colors do I use when I try to do this? I basically use the same as I always do. I use my takl, and yeah, you see, it's too drawn here. It's reddish, not takl, but of course on my ulcerine. That was what I meant to say. Also the lips here, just a tiny bit work, and yeah, do not use my fingers unless, see here too, there kind of lacks this rounding of the face. Now the perspective is a little bit kind of warped because of the angle of the way I film it, but I think it's basically a moving thoughts, the finish line. It's not easy to say. Also the lips has to be a little bit more red. When I do this painting, I always think about the extreme technique of Philip Weber artist, the photorealist, and the way he paints. And I guess that is, in a way, what I need to do. I need to be more patient and work slow. When it comes to this point here, as I say about Vermeer, he used a very long time on his paintings. And yeah, but what is a long time? It is like you use a long time, but did he use a long time to get to the painting? I think that was more of his problem. Not that he didn't use that much time on the painting itself, which of course it is time consuming. Painting is not what I mean, but he actually used more time procrastinating and manning himself up to the tasks than actually painting. So, and that is a known problem for all artists who have an inkling of self-respect and self-critical sense. We tend not to being able to get started because we are kind of paralyzed by our lack of confidence or and the difficulty and the task seems so profound that we subconsciously just try to avoid it all the time. And it's an annoying, very annoying phenomenon. That is why it's very smart to have a schedule, to have everything around you pristine, like your studio. And that's also been my problem. When I start procrastinating, I can't keep it clean around, or clean up, not clean, I keep it clean, but well, it's a studio, it doesn't have to be that clean, but tidy or focused, so I'm not disturbed by too many objects laying around and stuff like that. Yeah. Also have a nice workspace is very important. Place which is yours, place of love, you know. So here. Just gonna get some more light in here because I used a very strong spotlight on her skin, and she has this more Spanish type of skin, that olive skin, and it reflects a lot of yellow and reddish. So I just need to get this shine right. Yes. zone. Then I can put some more yellowish into that and reddish into that thicker color there. And I actually do feel that this is starting to look like her. So yeah, it's good. I also think I'm gonna make a stream doing this and then get back to you and do some more painting on it. Yes, yes. Okay. This one's on here is way more it's kind of blown out. It's like when you have too much light and it just blows out, so you can't really see the colors that good, and you kind of just have to go on your more on your intuition to get the colors right. But it's okay, you know, that's how it is doing this. See now, just do like that. Also gonna do a little bit of work around, you know, finding yeah. Also I noticed that I printed it a little bit bigger than you see. So typical. I was actually going to paint it that size, but it became bigger in the process. It's quite annoying actually, but it's very typical. So yeah, I can't change that now anyway, so it's gonna be what it is. So with this, I'm gonna see you in the next segment. Voila, here it is, and I think this is good. Hope you can see some of the details now. Maybe I should even try to get even closer at some segments. And yeah, so this is a very, very slow process. Also feel I have to do something with the background because it's, you know, these colors are way more in the photo and here it's way more close when you see it in reality. It is actually the camera that kind of tricks it a little bit. But yeah, just have to live with that, I guess. So yeah. See, also I need to kind of get that yellow in the shadows to go away because it's actually more blue. Because if it is yellow and blue in yellow in the shadows, it competes with the yellowish in all. It can't be a yellow. It can't be a yellowish shadow if there is orange around it, or maybe if there's more red, but you know, it's more in the blue, I will think. Now, what I'm doing here is very much yeah. So much darker and bright. The shadow on the photo is very hard, so I might want to tone it down with some French ultramarine a little bit to get it a little bit darker. I'm kind of micro glazing now, just using glazes to kind of get it down. And yeah. See, also this one has to be quite different. See now, here, and it goes kind of down and in, and there's so many aspects by it, it's just, ugh. And that is why you have to have this extremely stoic way to approach paintings like this. You just have to be willing to do incredible amount of work to get it right, and you have to be able to kill your darlings, and you have to be able to build it up again, and you have to be willing to fail, and there's so much happening. And yay. Oh, I'm ringing in my ears also now. Tells me that I'm a little bit stressed. I'm working on removing stress from my life now, the best I can. And with that I mean basically removing distractions. Things I follow on Instagram, I just went through it now and just delete things that can actually take me out of focus to make things on Instagram and stuff just as not interesting as humanly possible, because Instagram and stuff is only going to be used as a tool to promote my art. Same thing with Facebook and all kinds of. You shouldn't, if you're gonna get something done, you can't keep being entertained or seek entertainment. Your entertainment should be life itself and your work, not quick fixes on the internet. It's like have more sex and less porn, it's obvious what's best. Don't focus on sexual things unless you're having sex or are going to have sex with someone you enjoy. Don't waste your sexual energy on things that aren't real. And don't waste your time on entertainment that doesn't bring anything good into your life. It's so obvious. Having the artistic brain very often brings with it this the type of brain that are very easily seduced. The ADHD brain is easily seduced into short buzz, and can be a real battle, everyday battle, to choose the slow dopamine. But when you do, it's just fantastic. It's just such a peace. You get the benefits of, basically the benefits of both worlds. You get the benefits and the good feeling of actually being able to do something positive, and you get your dopamine, need for dopamine also covered. So yeah, remove distractions. It's like when I see people in the gym these days sitting there with their fucking phones, not exercising really, just sitting there, just looking at their phone. What is the point of distracting yourself from exercise in the gym? It's like you're in the gym to exercise and you are watching TikTok videos. I observed this one guy the other day was watching some food making video, sitting, occupying space on one of the machines. And one thing is that it destroys his own training because it's not effective, but it also takes up space. And it's like I say, if people choose to destroy themselves, I don't care. It's not my, if I don't know you personally, I don't give a shit, it's not my problem. I don't have any emotional stake in it. But when your habits affect other people negatively, it's not fun anymore, it's not right. It's not how it should be. I do think it starts to look like her. There are small things to do with the lips and eyes and everything, but all in all, I think it's actually starting to become her. And that's good. Okay. Yeah, also getting these hairs. There are some this. I have to kind of make it, I have to make it stay alive, and I need to make all the transitions between the different objects just can disappear. And I also need to keep the right amount of detail. So, yeah, it's not an easy task, but I keep banging on about that, I know, I'm sorry. Anyway, so here you see I put in a little bit of blue, and there are also some yellow in that eye here. So I think I'm going to use my, or maybe it is actually, it's reddish around, which means it has to be greenish. A little bit bluish, greenish in here, because of all the reddish and yellowish around. So it will be natural for it to be, have some green in the blue. Oh, that was wrong. Like that. I wish it was the same size. Also, I think this may be a little bit too... The face is a little bit too broad, maybe. This comes in here a little bit. Like this, yes, I think so. And the ear comes like this. And this one is just placed totally wrong. Also, it's the wrong color. I have painted, it is some reddish in there, but it's so down underneath. I can't have that vivid red because it competes with this. So I need to just push it down. I also need to paint over that thing because that is basically longer out there. So small mistakes that I need to keep correcting. Just cover up that. That is why you should never go in with details like this ear piece. I can't even get it to stop being there because I added a highlight there. So it kind of shines through whatever I do. And here comes that thing with the texture. That don't put any texture into the shadow parts unless you are totally sure that everything is on the right track, because you get into these problems kind of getting them to disappear. I probably have to go over it more than once just because of that. Maybe I need to just put in some black and just push it down the best I can. And now I just go in with some alizarin and bluish on top of it. But even then it's hard to get rid of that shit there. Okay, now I got rid of it a little bit anyway. See what happens here. And it's very subtle. You can almost not see, there's a tiny piece of light right here. It indicates her. And then we have this earpiece, the little highlights. That is all the way out here, I think. Basically here. And of course it's metal, so it kind of reflects light. And it has some not too bright, but kind of like this, and yeah, and then I also need to tone this down, so I use some blue black, so blue, and push it all the way down like this. It's a little bit too big, but it's better. So that is why these paintings takes a lot of time. Now that piece of light there is actually a little bit brighter. That's a little bit there. And the air needs a tiny bit of red, but not as much as I had. Here I basically, maybe I should zoom out a little bit so you can actually see what I'm doing. There, if you can actually see how subtle that is. Yeah, as you can see, it plays pretty more correct anyway. And I need to tone down that eye. But now it's 20 minutes, so I see you in my next segment. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna slowly do some more details. Very slowly. I don't even know why I'm doing this anymore, because it's kind of good enough, and I just wind up in this manic state where I can't really stop, because there's always something more. There's always a little piece of something that needs to be done. Maybe I should just stay home and work today and not go to the gym. I'll always do that tomorrow. Just finish this today. Just get it done. You know, the thing is to get exactly the right tone in the shadow, like this. I also have to squint a lot. If I don't do that, squint, I don't really see all the different nuances. Yeah. It's a shame that I don't have the footage all from the start. Sadly, I lost some of my footage. Yeah. You know, there's always something more you can do. It is basically the never-ending story. I'm going to try to come to a point where I can call it today. This evening. Oh shit, I ruined another good pencil. What a shame. Anyway, that's how it is. What the hell is wrong with me? Sometimes I think I'm so stupid. Now these pencils were quite expensive, and I just forgot to clean them, and boom, they're gone. What the f... Ugh. Pencils are quite expensive, so yeah. Great. The problem is I have too many pencils laying around, and then I sometimes miss the ones I have been using, and I forget to wash them. And it doesn't take more than a day with painting them, and they are just totally ruined. So be mindful of how you treat your pencils. There's a lot of money in saving. Actually, I was asked this question: what do I do with my pencils when I'm done? How to preserve your pencils? And I said, use soap, and use actually soap, and you can also put them into your mouth like this after you have used soap on them, and that's a way to preserve them quite good actually, because the saliva has a little bit like I don't know, glue-like type of thing with it, so to it is more correct. So you do that, but if you do like me, forget about them for a couple of days. It's almost impossible to get the color out of them, and they're gone for good. So take care of your pencils. Let that be a lesson. I'm going to go deeper here. So many things happening in this painting. And it's almost exhausting. How many things I suddenly, because you do one thing, you think you're finished, then you do one thing, and then boom, you see another thing, and then boom, you see another thing, and you just keep on banging on like that. You see now, this one has to go all the way up there, but also have to tone it down. So I'm going to do next. You see, I put in some lighter color first, and then I start to oppress it or push it down. And that way I'm mixing the colors on the surface. I do not understand why people are making these grey sketches before they start on the main tone or the main colors. To me that seems such a waste of time. Once there is some cobalt blue in there. That's actually quite rare. I always have the cobalt on my palette, but I rarely actually use it. I saw some cobalt here. Maybe. And I prefer the French ultramarine or the French ultramarine type with the alizarin. So, more white. There is. There we are. Here. Yeah, that was better. I almost can see actually the wall behind her. But I'm not gonna do anything about that. I'm gonna cheat a little bit, I think, because if I go lighter behind here now, there's something happening in there, but it's so toned down that I wouldn't even notice. So I'm just gonna tone this even more. The difference now is between the color. Maybe I should actually. Maybe, I don't know, maybe, let's see what happens. Like this. There's also some red in there, so. More like this, or a little bit of orange actually. Maybe. Yeah, I think maybe it was something like that. Nah, it was too vivid. It is the alizarin that is the best red, I think, in shadows and stuff. The other colors becomes too vivid and pops out like this one did. Yeah, something like this. I want to actually add in the tone behind there. So. Has to be very flat, and it is basically me seeing the wall behind there, but very dark, very deep. See if I can find a color to repeat that. Okay, I think it's like this, and it's just a dot. That is the wall behind there, actually, and then it becomes very dark here. And also it kind of goes over into that. Here it's very dark again. Also, I have to go in like directions. It's quite important. As I said many times before, this painting is a little bit difficult because of her skin type. She has that kind of olive skin, which is quite yellowish, or yeah. Also, I think I want to do a little bit of like this. The background here must be toned down a little bit. I think I want to do that with some. It seems to be yellowish, bluish. Something like that. I'm just gonna put in some glaze with the French ultramarine. You see, maybe you see here. Can I tone it down a little bit more? And it crosses over also, so I get some more blue into the background. What also happens is that I get way more of this stone texture in between here on a micro level, so it looks way better. And yeah, a little bit of ivory, a little bit of black in this. And now the face probably comes out even more. And then I do this because I want there to be a little bit more light behind her. So I just scrape like this so I kind of get the background more back again underneath that glaze. Do like this, and you get the best of both worlds. I think this, when I squint on it, it came way closer to, yeah, to what I think is good. Maybe I should do also a little bit more on the flower, or the rose. Maybe. Yes, can't. Okay. Thing is with that depth, as Rembrandt did say, or I've heard about Rembrandt, he basically only used the pure black, the purest black, inside the pupils of the object of the human, because it kind of creates that deep infinity depth. And in this painting it's also a little bit difficult to see exactly, especially on this side. It looks like she has green eyes, at least in this one. But on this side you can't really see the color very well, so I'll just do like this. Maybe it's a little bit more in the blue, actually, because green and the lack of color might be more in the blue. Anyway, I just need to, Actually, talking and doing this kind of work is really, really difficult because it demands such a focus on my part that it can be difficult for me to concentrate about two things at the same time. Yeah, there you are. Has to come alive a little bit. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Maybe. And then glaze a little bit more inside here, just to get it more down. Oi, 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 oi. That's dangerous when you do stuff like this. Now I have just thrown a lot of blue on top of it. It's ruined. So luckily I saw it before I did it. So check your fingers if you use your fingers, check your fingers, because when you paint you usually will make a mess. Okay. Anyway, you know what I'm doing, so I will just keep banging on. It was actually 20 minutes. Yeah, so we'll just keep doing it, actually. Okay, here I am. I've been working with the face for a few days, and now I'm gonna do the rest of the touch-up on the whole thing. You see here, and what I want to do is to just add some more textures and some more kind of glaze, maybe a little bit of glaze. I actually wondered, what if I try to glaze with ivory black, because this has this dirtied up color. I'm just gonna try that. Maybe this will be totally gruesome, but no, actually that was the neutral color I needed. So this is ivory black instead of blue. Somehow the ivory black is just kind of laying on top of the colors. Here I glazed with bluish because I want this to have this other type of. Now of course I will paint over that too, and up here I will basically use a little bit more blue, French ultramarine, and I thought of just mix that into the ivory black and now see what happens in the background here. As you can see, it kind of falls into the background. I noticed when I was drawing with a pencil, I actually had to first do the details, basically and then basically have a H3 or H2 pencil, which I went over it, on top of it after, and maybe almost like a layer on top of the layer, and it's basically what I did here now. Of course, I'm gonna do some more painting on this, so it will of course go a little bit back and forth, but yeah, also I want to just take away some of the excess oil. As you can see, also when I do this, I get oil into the cracks and the textures and stuff. So when I then add more colors on top of this, it basically melts into the other color. If I'm going to use this, let's see what happens if I add some white into it. You have to be very careful with black because it is not really a color. It is more, you can risk that it becomes very dead if you exaggerate black. That is why I usually prefer to use the blue black from Old Holland. But what I notice is that this kind of is more neutral, so it tends to calm the colors more down. Now this became a little bit too blue, so I need to get it to calm down again, and then I add the ivory black, and I also need a little bit of reddish in it. It is supposed to be greenish actually, so I'll count against the green. Or is it red? Is it green? Is it violet? What is it? And that's the difficult thing with this painting, all the way from the start. It's very hard for me to see exactly what color it is, because everything is so close together. So when I put on some color now, it just freaks out. You see, it doesn't compute at all. That is weird. Now I need to. Now you see. Now it starts to kind of get up to. That is more. It's way too blue. So I basically need to get it down a notch. No, I need it to be more greenish, like this. You see, I'm basically trying to get these two surfaces to kind of communicate now, but that seems to be very, very difficult right now. So what I need to do now, because I made a mess out of it, is basically take a piece of paper and remove, because there's a limited to how much. You see, it's way too blue, and it kind of destroyed the more neutral colors over there. So what happened now? It was almost like I didn't see it coming. Well, I actually didn't see it coming. I think I just need to use the blue black after all, because it's kind of tones it more down like this. You see, it's more neutral. I don't know what I did there. Maybe I mixed too much blue into it. I think it was I mixed too much blue. Yeah, now I'm getting actually to the colors I'm after. You don't want to lose too much of the texture. I need my glasses for this. I can see it quite well. But up here too, you know, it's so hard to see this color. No idea. So uncertain. What is it? It's earthy. That's why I want to add the ivory black, because the ivory black, as I said, is more earth-like. And maybe I can use this one and kind of get it to become... No, then it's too blue again. So need to get... I can't use green, because green... Maybe it is Van Dyke. It might be Van Dyke. And that was actually a good one. Try Van Dyke. Maybe that can actually bring me the right tone. I'm not sure what will happen now. But you can see, yeah, I think that was it actually. Van Dyke. Yeah, Van Dyke. That was the one I was looking for. So I mix in Van Dyke with, I also have to do that down here to, yeah, that became the right color. So what I do then is basically mix Van Dyke with a little bit of ivory black or blue black, or a little bit of ultramarine, and I got this color. But then again, you just have to go back and forth, because now here is way too blue. It has to be more earthy, or this will come out and kind of compete with the rest. So yeah, it's a lot of things to think about. But as I go down, it gets more up here. They're more in the orange or warm colors, which Van Dyke of course brings with it. It is Van Dyke in a way is a sort of, if I would say, is sort of bluish almost color. Or earthy blue. You can't just have blue colors popping out all over the place. You're gonna have to hang together. Okay, now it's getting neutral. Now I feel I lost some of the nice textures, so I just have to hold my pencil very light to get this to work. And yeah. Squinting is very effective. If you squint your eyes, it's way more easy to see how the nuances comes up to one another. And yeah, try to blend in some blue, ultramarine blue. Just now I need to bring that up, because it's more light here, so it kind of turns a little bit more over to the green. It's almost, it's like you can almost just continue working on something like this until you become 100, because it's there's no stop sign anywhere. There's always something more you can do, some texture, some little thing that you can actually do better to get the textures better. It's really can be exhausting, to be honest, but it's also the thing that drives me, because I love getting stuff done. Just love that. So yeah. Okay. 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 So then boom, it becomes a little bit too plastic or something, and I feel like, it's not really where I want to do. What the hell is happening? What's happening? Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I think that became more calm. Now I need some texture, and I have to work with that. The best thing I can do is to go over the whole surface, and then without letting it dry, just go over it again before it's all dry. So tomorrow I just continue over the dry color, or the not dry color, sorry. And then that way I just build more and more natural textures, because the color can turn a little bit sticky overnight, and that is when you can actually add more textures and brushwork in directions to create more sense of a plaster wall. You know, if I were that German artist I like, yeah, whatever. I would have how could I forget his name again? I'm just gonna get that book. Yeah. Yeah, of course. Philip Weber, artist. I'm gonna make a video on my YouTube channel talking about him, because I think he is worth talking about. What he would do was to go in, and he would have actually painted every single wrinkle in the wall behind there, and I just don't have time for it. Also, you probably need a little bit different skill set. Can't do it with these. You have to start. You're gonna do like that. You have to do like him. He stands, you know, with these small pencils like this, and he goes over the whole, even huge surfaces. He goes over them in that way, and I'm so impressed by him. You know, it's like I can't stop talking about him because also I'm not a sucker for photorealism usually, but he has taken to a different level. It is the level which makes me just... Now it's quite easy actually for people to do so-called photorealism. Usually it's quite superficial. They may use a tracing thing. They may use you know, the lights you put on the surface and then you just draw in the lines and stuff, and that makes it so much easier, because the most difficult thing is always the drawing, and to keep it within where I wanted it to be in the first place. And as I've been talking about in this tutorial, that this face is so much bigger than this. It didn't start out that way. It was something I subconsciously did, not even more actually. So that is why I feel I lost some of the aesthetics. But it isn't a catastrophe, so I can live with it. It's not that it destroys the portrait, but it's just, it annoys me that I couldn't keep it within the framework I was actually supposed to. I think that is a sense of losing control. And if you do photorealism, you really can't do that. Because photorealism is a concept, and the concept is to get it as photographic as possible. That is not my concept. I'm not here to make photorealism. Some people might say it looks like photorealism, but it's too much paint in it to be that, and there's too many mistakes for it to qualify. I don't even know if it's good painting. So, because I only see usually I only see my shortcomings, and I have very huge problems seeing much good. I have some moments where I can actually get some objective distance to my own work, but it's basically, it is as hard for me to see my work objectively as it is for a Christian to evaluate his own beliefs from objective reality. And if they could, there would of course not be any religious people, because the basis for religion is belief without evidence. But that is of course, as a Christian friend of mine sent me a video yesterday, and we've been arguing for years, but he sent me a video there where, oh, here's a proof that Jesus is God, or proof of a miracle. The proof of the miracle for him was that the resurrection proved the biggest miracle in history. So the resurrection, his belief that Jesus stood up from the grave after 3 days, is proof for him that it's true. Of course, that is like a dog or cat running in circles trying to bite their own tail. It's like me when I was a little bit religious, when I was young, and I couldn't understand how life could be pointless. My argument was simply, without an afterlife, life is meaningless, and my life can't be meaningless. It just doesn't feel right, and therefore there must be an afterlife. And that is exactly what every single religious person do. My God is true because I feel my God is true. And almost no evidence can make them see that this also goes for every other religious person who believes in totally different things and are even willing to die for them, like the jihadist. He really believes that Muhammad was a lost prophet and that Jesus is not Jews' son and all these things, and he believes it equally strong, and therefore they can't both be, at least we have to agree to this, both of them can't be true. So if one part of them are able to believe that something is true, and we can with certainty know that one of the propositions are not true, that should be enough to create enough doubt that it's not true at all. But, or at least that there is a 50% chance that one of them are wrong despite believing in it. But no. I still believe it, and it's true because I feel it. Now that was a digression, but that is basically religion for you. As Richard Dawkins did say, there are about at least 6 big religions in the world, and if Christianity is true, most people go to hell. And if Islam is true, most people go to hell. If Hinduism is true, only bad people go to hell. So that is kind of the difference between the monotheistic religions and polytheistic, or not poly, but not monotheistic, that you only go to hell or get punished if you're not a good person. I don't know, maybe you are punished for not believing in Hinduism, but I don't think so. I think it's more about karma. I should actually study Hinduism because I don't know enough about it, and I'm now talking basically from ignorance. Actually, I know a girl from India. I could ask her. But of course, there's many different Hinduisms too, so it's probably not easy to get a grip on it. Anyway, I think I have on the right track. Yes, and see you in the next segment. Well. Okay, tonight I'm doing the last touch-up on this. Absolutely last touch-up, hopefully. I'm trying to kind of get this, the lips are very difficult. It's some of the most difficult things you can paint. Maybe I should use more time on actually just exercise or train myself to be able to do that. It's so easy for it to become kind of too dark or too bright, I've been talking about this before, because you can't just, we have this symbol in our head that lips are basically red, and of course they're not. They have their own tone, their own way to kind of overlap, and that is basically to get the transition between here and there is incredibly difficult. I think even I need some better glasses to actually be able to see this, to get my eyes a little bit closer to it. See what I have. Glasses. Well, I just need to fetch my glasses. Many times wonder how they did it before they had glasses at all. I guess most people never live long enough to... This was better. These are basically, I think they are kind of two. Just need to... So typical me to spill coffee on my glasses. I always manage to get something on my glasses for some reason. It's the story of my life. Okay, now I actually see it. The problem was that I didn't see it, and of course it makes it keep guessing how it is. It's not so good. Also I see here that it needs to be a little bit more up like that, and it is that transition between there and there which is probably one of the most difficult things I know. Also there in the eye there is really difficult, but I will try my best here tonight and just... This is basically surgery, and as I told my girlfriend today, that these things that I struggle so much with is actually the things that show me that I'm not good enough as a painter, that I am not skilled enough to kind of... And that is just that is basically my skill wall. I just hit the wall, and the only way to get better than it is to start to do more small portraits. I saw some beautiful portraits in the gallery in New York, Dacia Gallery, which I'm gonna have a couple of paintings in now this summer. There was very small faces. Don't remember the name of the person. It wasn't so expensive, and I regret not buying one because it wasn't that expensive. And it had this beautiful the transitions were so beautiful, and just having that painting in my studio would have been a good thing to go to. There I actually got this quite well. I've struggled mildly with the colors in there. Now, I'm extremely critical also, and I see way more than I'm able to do. So it's quite, as I said, you know, yesterday in a stream, or the other day, that every single painting for me becomes an existential crisis at some point. And the only remedy is just to paint more. Just do more work, get better. So you might think, what colors does he use when he do this and do that? Well, if you ask me in comments, I would answer. So if you have any questions, please answer. Yeah, it's getting quite nice actually. Because I can't really see. She has green eyes, I can see that here. But I can't really see it in there. So yeah, you know, my brain wants to paint so it kind of pops out more, the green, but I don't think that would be right. There's something with that, you know, this. Then maybe a third of yellow in it. Just see what happens. This work is extremely exhausting, but also the gratification is just, when you then finish it, it just feels so good. That is why it's worth it always. I'm just going to put in some green into her eye here too. I just took some lemon and I kind of added in on top of the blue. And then of course I get a deeper green, which is more correct. Yeah. So go down here a little bit. Tone it down. Here too, I must tone it down a little bit here. Now the nose comes more and more out like this, and that is basically what needs to happen. Need to get a little bit darker underneath here without losing anything. So, you know, this is basically where I could, as I said before, I could just be banging on forever. So, yeah. Bang, bang, bang. Yeah, there it is. I think. I do think maybe. I see something all over the place now. And this is the way. That is what happens when I suddenly think, oh shit, I'm not gonna be able to finish it now anyway. But I need to move on. And as I said, I have kind of, if I had more time on this, it has to be delivered now. I would probably just keep banging on forever. I'm gonna paint a couple of portraits of my daughter, and I'm looking forward to basically go all in. I'm all in. It's wrong to say that because I'm always all in. It's just sometimes time becomes a problem. And but here now I think it actually is acceptable. I need to do something more with the lip here. And yeah, like this. But it's way too bright. Okay. I just need to get this softened up a little bit. How do I do that? This is problem solving on a very high level. And I think when artists start going into this, going deep, I think it enhances the brain so much that it can actually make people more thoughtful, more intelligent. I mean, artists who doesn't have that thing about skill and self-criticism, they never get to the point where they are actually deeply self-critical, because everything is so relative. It's kind of infinite elastic. It is like the religious relativist, the people who say they are Christians but they aren't Christians. It's so nauseating. They say, I'm personally Christian. What the hell does that mean? It means that they have created God in their own image. And it's like, that is very easy to be religious, isn't it? Because it doesn't cost you anything. You can just, you just make up your own rules. And I actually agree with a very religious friend of mine that people who do not follow scripture and just kind of changes God basically into their own image, discards the Bible as archaic and stuff. They simply don't believe in anything. And that is basically what art has become. It is basically a realm of extreme relativism and narcissism, as I said many times. I'm gonna make a sit-down about this. We all have traits, I guess. But art is so just horrifically self-centered when it comes to these things. And yeah, I mean, if you do skill work, really demanding work, it will force you into what is kind of painful, if you know what I mean. I guess you know by now. Now I think this actually became almost so difficult. Yeah, I say that a lot, I know, sorry. What should I say? It is what it is. So I need to round this a little bit more. Getting that round thing, and then we have the light from the neck and the clothes here. The Rembrandt effect, or the night watch effect, with the shadows, and you know, you get this light from underneath. It kind of explains the shape. And yeah. Tone it down. Honestly, I'm not even sure if I'm gonna bother doing anything more. See how much time I've been filming now. And this is a little bit up. Maybe a third. Kind of a Mona Lisa smile in a way. Yeah, that is what she has. She has this Mona Lisa type of smile. So she kind of looks like Mona Lisa. That is also why I started painting this, because the resemblance is quite stunning. The whole posture. I need to kind of make this just. Okay, I am now going in with the last kill, I think. It is so, yeah, what should I say? There's so small things now that I think I can actually tell myself that it's okay. I'm just gonna do a little tiny bit so it could be a little bit more light in there, and I will also use my finger now to tone it down again. Also, when I did that, it became a little bit too bright, so I'm just going to use my French ultramarine, and of course my Alsavine. I think I'm gonna buy myself a Kraplak just to see, because I talk so much about it, and yeah, like this. I think that is it. And a little bit more shadow over the eye, and there I use my blue black because it's kind of close to my neighbor is creating a noise. This. So became very dark, maybe a little bit too dark, and I kind of just remove it again. I would just water it out like this, and down here. It's so difficult to see right now. So here we can get, you know, you can use, you know, pencil like this too, just to kind of rough it up a little bit, so you see, kind of looks like there is something inside there. Yeah. However, I do think I need to tone this. Yeah. And here, tone it down a bit. Yeah, I think that should maybe be it. Just get some light back underneath there. And yeah. I am. The problem is my mania, as I said many times before, it's very hard to be manic and do art like this, because you can't really stop. It is, it's almost at the point you stop breathing when you work with it. You just need a knife. Painter's knife. That one. That's a little one. This is kind of how you can make things become more natural, instead of adding your subtracts, and kind of gets some of the more natural things back anyway, and you instead of adding more, as I say, I remove like this, and yeah, voila. This one too is quite annoying. Kind of disappear. I'll try to get that. Yeah. I think I'm gonna leave it at that. See that the light in her eye there could be a little bit better. And the best thing now, instead of adding more, just kind of scrape what's there. Same thing with the other one. Now this needs to be a little bit more round. Shit. Actually, I would have needed a thinner pencil for that. But today I don't have any good. I screwed up some of my other pencils. So let's see if I can find the smallest one. Where are you, baby? Yeah, I fucked it up. See this? I forgot to clean it. Yeah, maybe it can work. Let's see. So difficult. Everything is so difficult right now. I don't know where to go. I don't know where to go. See now. No, need more white. Probably. Yes. Small like it, and what I will do now instead of adding more, I just go in here and I kind of shape it from this side and get back some of that roundness there, and a little bit more there. Yes, I think that became a little bit more round. Maybe. The rings in her eyes are more a little bit more stronger. So I go like this. And then I go in with the other one. And I try to remove again. Not add, but remove. So I think that was better. A little bit too thick now maybe. So maybe that was it. Some more white and a little bit of reddish actually in the eye there. Kind of a small point of light here. Yes. So. Maybe I should use a little bit of lemon and see if I can enhance the green. Yeah, that was actually okay. So here. Yes, a little point of brighter right here. Yeah. So So, should I let that be? Should I? Maybe. And then we do like Rembrandt. We take the black and we create a little bit more depth in her eye, just to bring out the soul. And also maybe here a little bit. You just need to get that depth, the disappearing depth. Some blue there actually, but you know, there. Should be careful now. I'm gonna screw up and be on a wild goose chase before I know it. The manicness does that. It kind of sent me into kind of a death spiral because I can't stop. I just can't stop. And that always becomes a problem. That was what I was looking for, and that is what I'm gonna let it be. And I think I'm gonna try, just for fun, to see if I can place a very oh god, that was too much. Yeah. Then I need to tone it back down. Is that okay? See the distance. No, it's too much because if I go further away, I can't almost not see the light in her eye here. And if it becomes too much, it's very easy to... So, you just have to be inside there. And yeah, there should be a third more light right over her eye. Very hard to see exactly what color, but it's supposed to be a little bit here, like this. Voila, I think that was it. Now, what I've been struggling with is of course the lips, which is just so difficult. It is basically the most difficult things. Eyes are difficult, there is no doubt about that, but the lips, oh my god, it is just crazy how exhausting that can actually be. Now I'm complaining a lot. This is not complaining, it's just telling you the facts, how it actually is. Doing these things is, that is why you should never ever do commission work, because it also becomes, on top of being so difficult in the first place to create portraits like this, when it becomes personal and you feel this, like I do, I feel this obligation to the model and to the person who has invested in this, it becomes even more difficult. So, and tone this down too a little bit. Yeah, I think that was actually quite nice. That was kind of a micro glaze, if you saw it. And I kind of pushed out the lips better. Also try to do that here so you get that lip feeling. And I think that was actually quite nice, to be honest. So you see, I basically managed to figure out what to do while I'm working. Is I don't have any recipe for what I'm doing. I'm just trying to do my best, and many times things just happen and fall into place, and I'm done, you know. I feel like it's enough. Yeah. Like here, you know. Now I'm kind of glazing a little bit just to tone it. That was a little bit too much. You know, this is too white and or too bright or whatever. Then I go in and I take my like this, tone it down. Tone it down. Get a little bit more features into it. A little bit more. There. You see what happens? Things just, because of these small things just kind of fall into place. Also, I need to do something down here with the, I think I'm done with the, I think I'm gonna maybe let it rest now. And yeah, I think I just need to let it rest. Let it be this one. Please let it be. So, yeah. Now there should be a little bit more light underneath here. A little bit more red. And maybe I use now my Naples gel, Naples yellow gel extra with some cadmium red. Just see what happens. Maybe I just need to use cadmium on top of it. That can always also be. So just kind of glaze the cadmium on top like this to get that nice shine from underneath. like that, and it kind of rounds her face a little bit more. Yeah, I use pure color now. Then I just need to tone it down with my maybe try blue black into the red. Just see what happens. Yeah, I think that was okay. You see, that's with a blue black. It doesn't really make the colors dirty like ivory black does, or break them down into more earthy color. It kind of keeps its. Well, that's how I see it anyway. When you use the blue black on more more complementary colors, they keep their pure properties, and yeah. So I think I'm gonna leave the face now, or I'm just gonna go crazy manic again and start probably screwing things up, and then I need to spend eons of time fixing it again. I don't want to do that. So annoying. I'm a surgeon. Okay, I'm gonna leave it at this. I'm gonna just work a little bit with the rose and maybe around a little bit, and then I'm done. I think I'm done. Yeah, I do think I'm done now. Maybe I would like to. Yeah. Something. Do not like this very much. There is something missing there. Okay. See now, suddenly boom. I saw something and then I can't really get myself to stop anyway, despite telling myself to stop. I just need to do a little bit more. And that was probably what was needed. Also need a tiny shadow here. Also, I need something there. Fuck. You see, it's impossible. It's impossible to stop. Yeah, I need a break anyway. I'm not going to film anymore. on the face. I do feel I'm done. It's just I'm going back and forth with these small bullshit things that really doesn't matter because I'm manic, as I say. And what I'm doing is basically breaking things down. So, okay. Maybe I do a tiny bit touch up, but it's so little that it's not even worth filming it. So, with this, I beg you are fine. Yeah, I'm gonna do just a tiny touch up on this rose. Not much. Just kind of strengthened some of the drawings and stuff here. Not a long session. I just like it to be kind of tighten up a little bit and get a little bit more of that woolly, flowery feeling. So you can see it's not much. We'll put in a small white spot here with some yellow on top of it because that will enhance what's underneath. So I put it over the colors that is already there. Basically just enhancing it a little bit. I see that might be a little bit more into the cadmium yellow, like this. It's not much, I just want to create a little bit of that is not so flat, but you know, all these things I do now is basically just things that not necessarily makes any big difference for anyone else but me. Also use your fingers if you'd like to do that. Like so. Maybe try a little bit of oil, a little bit of blue, see if I can tone, get a little bit of brighter tone here. That shadow kind of goes down into the reddish. So yeah, it's not that important. A little bit of light here. And some here. Maybe create some more dynamic thing in it. Yeah. So go back to the flower or rose. Just small things. Like this. Now when I paint these things, there are people who can actually paint basically a rose like this in one go, and they kind of just repeat the patterns and there's no real detail. It's more like a sketch, but I kind of like to give it a little bit more substance, so I go over it several times to try. And that is when a lot of mistakes can actually be revealed, so you can't really let it go. But that's me in a nutshell. As I've been saying many times before, I always become quite manic in the end of a painting. Like today, I think I've used hours just to get started because I procrastinate enormously when I'm gonna do these last things, and it's probably because it feels basically like it is an exam. Like it's like when people don't start reading until the night before, and then they flunk the exam because not because they were necessarily stupid, but because our human nature is kind of desperately tries to avoid everything difficult or challenging. We are not made for well, challenges are very gratifying. Gives a lot of gratification when you have done the work, but to get started, at least for me, it's just struggle. That's my struggle. My biggest struggle. When I start painting, it's almost like I just feel like I'm home. And it's hard to understand why I didn't start way earlier. But that's the nature of it. It's quite frustrating. But, you know, maybe it makes my paintings better. If everything were so easy, I wouldn't go that far. Just to kind of get this to become the right thinness, so it kind of feels more natural. Small things that nobody would even think about. So yeah. It's a battle. And also, it doesn't have to be exactly right, you know. It is a flower, and every flower is different. Of course, it's kind of a cop-out, because if you really do good, it should be exactly that flower you're painting. There shouldn't be any difference really. It's a really big process. I'm going to put something in there. Just a small trace of a kronblad, as called in Norway. The leaf of the flower. Goes in here, cross over like this. There's one in there. Just give it a little light. Then I think I'm done with it. Just a little little light. It's always nice to have something in. There should always be something in the shadow. There must be something in it. Yeah. See now, this sticks too much up like this. Yeah, I think that was better. This one too. A little bit closer. Tiny bits. So I said in this painting that I would like to basically do like Vermeer, just paint less paintings and spend way more time on them. but to do that you have to. I do get quite okay prices for my paintings, but I don't get paid for the work I put in. So if I should do less paintings, I need to earn more or use less. It's two things you can do, and I think you should. The best thing would be to earn more and spend less, so do both. That way you can have some money to say no to stuff that isn't what you want to do. Yes. Let me see now. I'm using basically my French ultramarine here and Alzarine, which I always use to do this. So I just vary it within strength. So there's a tad more light here and there. There's a little bit of here and here. There's in here. A little more there. A bit. Yeah, I think this should be good enough. I don't think I'm gonna push it any longer because I really need to let this go now. When I'm going to go totally nuts. Totally nuts, yes. Yeah, it's quite dark also. It's quite, unless you go all the way in, it's hard to see exactly what's happening. So, yeah. What's happening? Yeah, I just want to tiny bit of light there. Also like this and like this. Yeah, I think on a distant now it would be fine. Too much. I need to tone this down with my like this. Like this. It's very easy to, if the lines are a little bit more too plump, you tend to not feel natural, and it kind of loses its naturalistic. Yeah. like this, and then just accept that this was as far as I got with this painting. I do not have the luxury of standing here for another year with it, so that's how it's gonna be. Just gonna tone this a little bit, so here, so it gets that shadow, more darkness, and it kind of comes out in a way. Yeah, it's almost the same shape, it's a little bit different. I can see that, but yeah, it's as good as I can. It looks like it. It looks like a rose. So. Yeah. Yes. This is the problem. You see right there. A little bit broader. In like this, and yeah, get it down, yeah, so let's go to, yeah, that was cool. Yeah. I'm going into that silent mode because it is going kind of deep here, and I can hear my brain just going more and more peaceful, silent, while I try to get this right. This is why the procrastination kicks in, because I kind of intuitively know that I'm gonna kind of be in a fight. I also can't draw. I think it has to do with my manic personality, because being quite manic with things like this, it kind of hurts in a way. It's sort of a pain, like heavy lifting, and after you've done it, I'm good in a way. It's fine. Yeah. So, yes, a squint on it, it looks okay. I think this will do now, for now. Yes. And here, down like this. This one underneath. You see, I can't let it go. I just can't stop. I just have to try to get more. And then at some point you just go too far and you kind of have to do it again. So I did have it, now I'm losing it. Everything else better. It's a little bit like this. Maybe it's better. Anyway, I can't film every single step. So it was 20 minutes with rose painting. See how I struggle with every detail, it's crazy. Anyway, see you. Yeah, here we are. Just doing the last touch up. Just fixing some small things, you know. And taking it slow. I did a rose now, and I think that is fine. I'm just gonna clean up a little bit, because when I paint, I tend to do like this, and I see there comes small spots all around and kind of mess up, and that's why it's quite important to have, if it's not dry here, don't do like this, or don't paint here and then there. Gotta paint there and then there and this way. Always paint this way, so it's wet here, and then you don't move it over here like I have been doing. But sometimes, you know, you just suddenly you see something and you start painting on spots where you weren't actually gonna paint, and you start dragging the dirt around, and it was not really what I was supposed to do. So yeah. Okay, here too, there's a little spot. I'm just gonna use my, this is alizarin. I'm gonna check out this thing with kraplak, because I talk about it all the time, so I'm gonna test that out, because kraplak was traditionally a color that is used by most classic painters, or in some form. So if I'm wrong about that, just leave a comment. So, ASMR. I think I'm going to start calling my videos oil painting, figure painting as ASMR. Because I know there is some people who like my videos, who like how I talk. Maybe there is a, since what I do isn't that fancy, I'm not making any fancy videos, so maybe my audience is a little bit different. So, and there, I'm not adding in any thicker colors now. Where did I put? I'm getting tired. Where did I put my pencils? Here, by the computer. That's very nice indeed. Yes. You see now, this one is more flat. It's a synthetic pencil. I'm not adding, as I said, any more textures now. I'm just doing work on top of textures. So that's why I can use these. And in here there are actually a little bit more greener. Some greenish blue. That is of course because of the kraplak, which is, there is a lot of violet. It's kind of violet in a way. See in there. Then I will tone it down with cobalt, I think. And some blue-black. Now I used to follow quite a strict rule after the I followed a strict Goethe color circle thing, and I didn't use any black the first years of painting, but I come to the conclusion that to try to basically try to mix every single color, even black or the darkest ones, it became basically difficult because black or the darkest areas is of course an absence of light, and if you use colors to paint an absence of light, then you won't get far enough down in neons. So that's why I started using some black to tone down the colors. Anyway, you see now, choose a little bit more. Always something more I can do, you know. But today I'm gonna be done. And just, yeah, I think that was a little bit better. Tone this one also down a little bit. Go over it with some blue and reddish. Kraplak. Not kraplak, alizarin, sorry, I'm not using kraplak yet. So use the fingers, tone it down. There's kind of a shadow here. It comes from the cheek, which has more alizarin in it and some blue. It becomes a little bit darker right there, if you can see. Turn it down and bring it back up. And yeah. Voila. Okay. Put some French ultramarine into it also to tone it down a little bit more. here. Yeah, see it falls more in now. It seems a little bit more natural. I see there's a darker shadow behind there. I'm not sure I'm gonna do that. Maybe we use some blue black, just kind of a glaze with blue. So sorry about that. I wasn't any more battery left, so that's what happened. Anyway, so just gonna do the absolute last things now. I think I'm gonna write in Gant there so you can actually see it a little bit better. So so no, turn yourself off. That's fine. That's fine. I forgot you were here. Simply forgot that I was filming. And I'm just gonna add a little bit of light here. So I think I need a little bit white like this. And there. So that shadow now comes in there. Like this. Yeah, I think that should do it. And of course there's always something I can do. I think I'm gonna try to tone down that shadow. That shadow actually looks a little bit different in the color that it is in reality. This camera distorts the colors. Maybe I should try to only have one type of, because I have kind of the daylight light and mixed with warm white and I maybe think they collide actually, so it would be better to have only one of them, but yeah, so it is. So drop it down a little bit, get some life into it. Tiny piece of white right there, as you can see. See if I can enhance that a little bit, just like this. Small, cool detail. Now, the problem now, I could actually just start doing more on the arm. I can start, you know, there's never any limit actually to how far one can go. I think one could basically paint on one painting for the rest of one's natural life, because, well, the natural life is of course the only life that probably exists, so it would be the rest of my life, not my natural life, because there is no, the way I see it anyway, there is no chance for anything else. So if you're going to do something, don't wait until you go to Valhalla, because there probably is nobody there. So do it now. Do it now. Strange thing to think about, that I'm going to die. It's very hard to get your head around it. There's a reason. It is a reason why people just stay with religion, because it's so hard to realize that this is gonna end someday. It's crazy. It's just crazy. Oui. Too strong. Also need some blue in it. I think it's cobalt. A little bit of cobalt here, actually. And there's some cobalt here. There's absolutely no cobalt in there. And cobalt here. Maybe here. And this one goes a little bit further out. So, because the cobalt is a little bit more greenish or sky blue. Anyway, Gant. Okay, Gant. I'm just gonna, the name of her, the name of this is Gant. And I kind of just want to put in a G there. G. A little bit clearer. Gant. No, that was wrong. Gant. So. Maybe it's silly, but just for fun. It's maybe a little bit too big. So, but anyway. So, I think that will be it for this painting. I have done my more than my best. Also, it's very hard to get started because I have so many other things I need to do. So, so I can see there is some. Also, I want a little lump of white with some alizarin kind of here, a little bit up like this. I can see this one is thinner. These are the kind of crazy things that I now start to go into. Like this. It looked a little bit more natural, maybe. Also in here, gets a little bit more shadow in here. So it becomes a little bit more 3D, as you can see. 3D, as you can see, as you can see, yes. Like this. So, not totally correct, but a little bit better, I think. Tiny bit better. Like this. Yeah, and it has to be a little bit lighter in there. A little bit brighter. So, and there's a little bit brighter underneath here too. So, now, I think this will be it. Except from this tiny piece here. Yeah. And there. Always something, isn't it? Yeah. Now I'm dirtying up again. So. Just a little spot there too, like this. This. Yeah. I think this actually became a little bit better. I did this. So this has to be a little deeper. So there, I think. Therefore I am. I think, therefore I am. Yeah. I paint, therefore I am. Starting to talk gibberish. So, yeah, I think this will be fine. Yeah, I'm going to stop now. a little bit darker in there. That will be the last thing I do. Maybe I should use this one. This is the last thing I do, except from signing it. So I'm going to show you when I sign it. And yeah, try to shake it up a little bit, so it falls a little bit more into dark. And I think maybe this color became a little bit too. Need a secondary color there, or secondary shadow, which is just a little bit brighter, like this. It kind of goes up a little bit like this, and like this, and like this, and a little bit like this. You see, I could just keep on going forever. It is basically, if I decided, I think maybe what one should do from the start is basically decide a little bit better how much one is actually going to do in every painting, instead of just like the chips fall where they may, kind of like I do. I just start and I see where the winds up. Do you want to do photorealism, or do you want to do, what do you really want to do? You know? And one needs to decide. Let's start maybe. This is not photorealism, no, not by a long shot. So. But I've said that so many times now that it's really nauseating. Okay. Yeah. Honestly, I think it's enough. I really do. So why don't I just stop? This was totally dreadful. It's too cartoonish. Just kind of tone it down like that. Yeah, I couldn't have seen it if. Well, I can see it if I kind of go in and really focus on it. So now I'm manic again, totally manic. Just can't let it go. Just can't let it go. Everything turns into this never-ending nightmare. United States of America. Isn't that a US flag? The stripes here. I think so. Ugh. That is turned into a nightmare as well. And just gonna work in between. Just make this into a G, N, K, no, fuck, K, wait a second, just do like this. Take it away, take it away, take it away. Yes. I should have had a way thinner pencil. Okay. G, G. G. So, yeah, I think that's cool. So, now, last segment, I'm going to sign this, and it's always quite difficult actually, because one doesn't want this, I don't want the signature to take over in a way, but I'm going to use a little bit of ultramarine and blue black, and just do a K, small K, a small A. My name is actually is Knut, and it's Knut with a K. Me and my girlfriend actually, I wonder why do they say, when they are referring to the Vikings, because I'm from Karmøy, it was one of the places where Viking kings lived, and you have the Viking king called Knut, and they actually, I saw this program on YouTube about Knut, and they use a C, and that's just totally wrong. It's not C, it's K. Anyway, Knut, it's Knut Andre Vikshåland, This actually looks like a Y. Now it looks more like a V, I think. Maybe I should do that again. You know, you don't want to want people to believe that you're a different person. Just kidding. Yeah, I'm probably gonna figure it out. X, or now we have a letter in Norway with like an A with this brown thing on. I don't think they have that in English. Viks, H, L. This is always so difficult. Vikshåland, Vikshåland. The Vikshåland. Yes, Vikshåland. You know, Vikshåland, it's a vik in my language is like where the sea comes in and the stones on this side stones, and so it comes in like a vik. And a hå is like a big stone or not stone but a small mountain in a way, or small Svalbard, they also call it. And land is of course land. And the word land, vik, hå, and then land. So it's the same in English, land. Just as you know, so now you know why my name is like this. So my name is after King Knut. And yeah, Andre is also a name called, I think Andre in Norse religion is human. And Knut is strong. So I'm a strong human being. I actually am quite strong, actually. A little bit physically, but also I have become quite strong mentally after years of doing battle with myself. So, you know, when you have battled down all most of your neuroses and you have kind of found some inner peace, that is when you become strong. You're not strong just because you're an asshole and hit people in the face that the least expected. There are people like that who think they are strong doing stuff like that. And they're not alpha, they are just assholes. Yeah, okay, that was my signature. Maybe a little bit blue. Also nice that you sees it. Maybe I would prefer that it was a little bit weaker, but I'm gonna let it be, because also when it dries it kind of is pulled into the canvas more, or it blends more in. So I think it's gonna be fine. Yeah, I think that's gonna be fine. Yeah, okay, that was the signing of the painting, and I'm gonna just show it to you in the next segment, and then I'm done. It was really not a battle. Every painting is a battle. So, yeah, okay. And voila, my fellow Earthlings, here is the finished painting, and I think it came out pretty nice. I did it from this photo here, and despite there being some small things with the drawing and the size of the face on the canvas made I had to do some compromises down here, I think it came out pretty nice. I've been working a lot with textures and background, and yeah, you've seen it. Sadly, this video doesn't have the beginning of the sketching process, but you know, maybe learn something from it anyway. And as I said in the beginning, please give a thumbs up, leave a comment, tell me what you think, tell me what you want to see me paint. And if you want to support me, please go to my Patreon or sign up there, and I will teach you how to paint. Or you can also, if you only want to support me, you can donate there, or you can buy me a coffee, and find links in description. There's also links to my other channels, and to my webpage and Facebook and all kinds of stuff. So if you want to add me and say hello, you're welcome. So also on my that's important. Also on my web page, you find my uncensored photo art. So I can't put anywhere else. So yeah, go check it out. Have a good one. Hope to see you in the next.